Hello, everyone. Welcome to day two of Amaze. Apologies for starting late. We are having some technical difficulties, but everything's gonna be fine today with some technical hiccups, but still, I'm super happy to be here and have Marie with me. I'm gonna introduce her shortly. But yesterday we had the opening for Amaze by Thorsten with a beautiful performance by Nanotopia. And today we kick off the first of 3 days of Amaze live stream with wonderful speakers, talks, performances from people all over the world. And I'm very happy with that. So, welcome to Amaze Day 2. And I'm hoping you enjoying this stream and everything around Amaze Festival for the next coming days. Yeah, so I'm here with Marie, and
Hi.
normally we would do we would go to the May space, but we will talk about that later. But yes, I'm here with Marie. Marie, can you introduce yourself shortly?
Yes, of course. Very nice. I'm really happy to be here. So I'm Marie. I'm from Ziekenhuis and the Overkill Festival in the Netherlands. And we are art and gaming space in Enschede on the east of the Netherlands. And we work with LIDA since a few years now. But in our space, so we try to bring art and games and music and films, everything which touches a little bit fiction, together to try to explore actual topics, social issues. And so each year we pick a theme and then we look at all these cool mediums and then we bring it together in a playful festival, lots of improvisation, a lot of experimentation. So that's a lot of fun. This is what I do.
Yes, it's awesome. And together we actually have a thing called exploration mode,
Yes.
which we have been doing for the past, well, I guess since November last year.
Yeah.
And every month we go to a different space, online digital space that we explore. We look at it shortly before that we going on the live stream, and then we explore the whole thing together with our audience. And we've been to some interesting spaces actually. Can you
Yes.
remember some
Yes.
of it,
Yes.
Marie?
Yes. Of course. Well, we went. I think we started last year during the Overkill Festival, but we went already so to the May space of last year, and that was the idea to see okay, what changed this time. And then we went to many spaces, some spaces from the Rodinas, also for festivals. We went to, what was the name? The Burning Man. That was, no, I forgot the name of this one. That was, you know it, Zoida. Find it back. I see that you're like, that was cool.
Burning Man.
Yes. We went this year. We went to beautiful spaces. The LEV Mundo from this LEV festival in Spain, and we went to Horizon. I think that was the one where we had the most fun. And from some artists you invited also this year at the festival, right?
Yes, we
Or
also did some.
yes,
Uh, we also did some
yeah,
things,
yeah.
which is also going to be a workshop later today, where you can make your own space, so a 2D space. I don't know if the workshops are still being sold, but check it out on the website.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we went to lots of different spaces, and actually today we were supposed to explore the maze space in full. And it was supposed to launch yesterday, but there were some technical difficulties. So sorry about that, everyone. It will get up later today. And I really wanted to share some with you today, but in the space and explore it together with Marie and all of you. I've seen some screenshots. It looks beautiful. The exhibition is there, like, and with all the assets and everything, it's super beautiful. And I'm very excited about it. So Marie, if you
Yes.
say the MA space, what would you imagine? Like if we could like explore it in like a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
virtual in our minds, like what would you? see?
Okay, I've seen nothing. So only
Yes.
last year. I've seen also because what's also a bit special from the space is that it was used also for different events. So I say you guys, but like the team of Amaze made different skins already. So I was at the CTM festival and I was already very intense, but very cool, different portals everywhere. And I think also for Play Festival, there were also some new characters. So we were not flamingos, but we were little red hood. How do you say it? This little girl in red. So that's kind of nice of the space that you can keep on coming and it keeps on changing. So we just have to be a bit patient for this time, but expect. So I guess we'll still be flamingos. I heard about the flamingos a lot in the last week. So I guess I don't know, the whole design of the communication. Are we going to be in mushroom world? It's some kind of digital nature spaces maybe?
That's a good question.
Okay.
There will be some nature.
Nice.
Um, Also because of the exhibition. So there's some beautiful assets that the nominees made
Yeah. Nice.
for their exhibition. And I like that it's like also coming out in a little bit in like 3D, as a 3D world. So that's, I
Yeah.
think it's beautiful of having a space like this that you can actually um, adjust it to whatever. So it's not like a physical space. I mean, you can just like behind me, you cannot see it much, but like behind me is the urban spree that photo that I took like a couple of years ago at the maze. Since I've been going to a maze since 2012. Never expected to be the program curator for it. Actually, I didn't even introduce myself. I realized.
Hey,
Yes, I'm
let's
right.
do
I'm
this
program
now.
curator for a maze. And I've been working the past year on the program for this. But before and last year we did it for the first time. But before I was just a visitor, and I actually also did like the first. I was the first Maze Awards jury member as well. But
First
yeah,
one to judge
one
all
of
of
the
us.
yes. But yeah, I went to Urban Spree as well, and this is a picture behind me. And we were talking about the Amaze space that yeah, you can change it to whatever you want it to be, right? Which is kind of beautiful.
Is this something
Um,
actually which you were doing before? I say you as a maze team, that the urban spree, was it allowed to transform certain things, to paint the wall pink, or is this maybe something you can take with you for the future? This freedom of changing everything every event.
what I remember is that there was this giant wall. Yeah, a giant wall that had graffiti on it for a maze.
Yeah.
So that I think yeah, Thorsten is very well. The festival director is very well connected in the Berlin scene, and he got to change. Yeah, so he is in touch with like artists, music artists, but also graphic design artists, and I think a couple years ago, yeah, they did like a graffiti wall, and then of
Okay,
course the
so it was already.
exhibition is in the inside Urban Spray in the gallery part, so they could like they had different means of materials and stuff. So you always will change a little bit what the feeling of a space
Yeah.
is, right? You would
Yeah.
do it also with your own festival. Um, but yeah,
Nice.
yeah, but a maze space. We're gonna check it out later, I guess, and we can do it with everyone else. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we just quote another event during your program. If there's someone else doing a program in a maze, or I just improvise it. Next time I go, I just tell people, come with me. We go there. As soon as it's ready. I have to say, I'm also. This is what now we have to introduce our croissant. I'm in Paris, so I don't know exactly when I will be able to do this, but I will try. We just like improvise an exploration at some point this weekend.
Yeah.
Not sure
Not
I
live
can. It's
streamed,
like a surprise.
probably.
No, but then it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Then it's really about being in the space together. And we can chat, right? You can chat, and there's a voice chat I read somewhere.
There is voice chat also in the MA space at certain points.
Oh, you have to be in
Yeah,
certain space areas.
yeah. It's a bubble like thing, so where you can
Nice.
just
And then we
talk
can
to
all
each other.
scream. Everybody can talk at the same time.
Yes.
All
There's also,
right.
I think, a green screen where people
A green screen in the
can beam
virtual space.
themselves. Yeah, in the MA space where they can beam themselves in.
Okay.
It, that's what I heard. Not sure
Okay.
if that made it
I
into the
have to
thing.
say, I don't know if I actually don't watch the stream right now, but I put this green t-shirt in the hope that I would get some animation on my t-shirt. So
I don't know if that's how it works necessarily. But also, I have a green screen behind it, so I can move around a little bit. Because I'm actually in Amsterdam. I was supposed to travel to Berlin this week to be with the team and join them in 10 years of Amaze Celebrity
yes.
celebrations. I mean, and yeah, but I'm in the Netherlands and everything is turning into a red zone right now. So I was like, let's stay home.
Yeah.
Um, so this is actually quite familiar because it's been like this last year too.
Yes, our
But
setup.
but also, what I actually like about it being a digital Amaze
Tell
is
us.
that I get. Okay,
It's
thanks,
like
thank you. I
like the
was like
suspense.
making a little
Yeah,
pause
see, I see.
for you. Thank you for stepping into that pause. Is that I can actually invite people from all over the world to
Yeah,
talk.
yeah,
Um,
definitely.
and after our session, we will have Sakina Latif from Malaysia, from Kuala Lumpur, and she will talk about uh, her game and cabaret, and that I came across
Yeah,
on a stream festival, I think, Steam festival, and it looks beautiful, and it has all these beautiful art in it. But she's gonna talk about that later, and I'm very excited about it. So, and we've got like for the whole through the whole program, I try to also get people from all around the world involved. So we
yeah.
have some on Saturday. We have people from Jamaica and from Zambia, and later today, I think we also got people from. Um, which one do I want to talk about? Like, there's so many of them,
Is
but
there
it's like
the other way around? Is there things which are actually difficult for you to reach, like areas of the world which are actually not yet partners with you or not yet in your program?
I guess the Middle East
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking maybe
is
this
is
one's difficult.
underrepresented at the
Yeah,
moment. So
yeah.
um, I hope we can
Work on it.
reach out to that. Yes,
Yeah, nice.
and yeah, there must be more areas. I mean, Asia is also a very big place, and we have mostly South Asia at the moment.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, um, but it's yeah. So I like that about being digital, that you can reach out to these people and have them come in on the stream and talk about their communities, but also about their work and
yeah.
what they're up to, and show us
Did you
more
did you
than we would
already
normally
discuss?
see.
Did you already discuss how you will do this in the coming years when we are gonna have physical events? Come on.
I think Thorson wants it to be like a hybrid,
Yeah, a
um,
hybrid.
a hyper hybrid. So, and we have the Amaze space, so we're probably gonna have to look at like how would that work when we have a physical festival to
Yeah,
also do like a digital part of it. Um, yeah, so I don't know
okay, not a
how that's
surprise for
gonna
next
work.
year. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we've got a whole year, I guess, to work on that and see what the world will bring us, basically, because that's also the next thing, right?
The next surprises.
The next surprise.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. That's crazy. So what I was maybe like short because we don't have a lot of time. I would like to challenge you to what could have, how do you explore a space which is not working? Because in our program, actually, we always go to those spaces after the event. So now we were cheating a little bit, going in the middle of the event, and bam, it doesn't work. I think it's fair. It could happen anytime that we decide to go to a place and it's actually not hosted online anymore, or it got damaged too much that there's nothing to see, or that the multiplayer thing doesn't work. So I was, how far can you explore a maze space without going into the maze space? What could we do now? Exactly. Where did you find, like I said, Kate, the screenshot? You had access to screenshot. Is this from your phone?
No.
Aha. So it's somewhere online that I could find.
Oh, actually, no, it was just, I guess, wait, where is it? I think it was on the Discord.
Ah, so I missed it.
But
Space
it
help.
might also be in a backstage area. I actually don't know.
But I also have a backstage. But I can't share this. Can you share your screen? Or is
No,
this not allowed today?
no, we're not gonna share the screen.
Ah, so you can't even see this. Okay, then it's not the most exciting for the public if we can't share to describe it. So I have another question. Maybe I missed it in the opening yesterday, but I was wondering what's with the flamingo? Where does this come from?
That's a better question for, I think, for the community and for Thorsten.
Okay.
Because I remember in the first Amazes it wasn't there. It the first Amazes didn't have watermelons or
Oh, is watermelon also like a
watermelon is
extra?
also a thing for a maze. Yes, watermelons and flamingos. I think flamingo because it's pink, it's a pink bird. And if you look up what they are also very community based. And the maze is of course very community based, and the community is also like making a maze to what a maze is basically, especially at urban spray or at the festival sites, when you where you meet each other, and there will like pop up all these wonderful strange things that people are just excited to share and do. And I think watermelons came from there, but I'm not sure. And then the flamingo, actually I really don't know how that when that happened, but it's beautiful, and it's also a good metaphor, I think. And Thorsten would be able to explain us in very much detail how and what, so we could ask him at some point.
Maybe we invite him to the next secret exploration mode, which is not streamed, but happening somewhere this weekend. Cool. I'm trying to think if I had other. No, we can't exactly. So this is time for the contest, but your croissant is really small compared to mine.
I know, I made this croissant myself, so it's coffee and croissants, right?
Okay. I also have cherries.
Oh, that's okay. I had coffee, but the coffee got cold. But I can show you. I can show you my cup. But we're gonna do like a croissant eating contest. Should I give you a head start?
Oh my God! What's the goal? To eat it the fastest we can. My God! How to enjoy a French croissant?
I don't know. You tell me. Like let's ask the chat. Like,
is there? There's something happening in the chat. I don't know where.
Well, I'm looking actually on the YouTube stream. So the YouTube live stream. If you have
something to tell us,
should we? Yeah, something about the croissants. Let us know. Anything. We've got it ready. We've got it ready. Oh, okay.
So
okay, we're gonna eat.
Go. I go and eat it. 1, 2, 3.
I'm just gonna, go.
I follow you.
Yep.
I always follow you.
Okay.
This is not the fastest you can.
No, it's not really pretty.
No
Anyway,
problem.
yes. So, um, thank you, Marie. We're gonna
That was
wrap this.
improvised.
That was a very much improvised start of Amaze, which is actually I kind of also Amaze, I think, which is wonderful. Thank you for bearing with me, Marie.
No
Also, thank you
problem.
everyone watching this and being part of Amaze. You are all wonderful. I'm very thankful that we can do this and have you all here with us. Please check out the stream and also the schedule on the website. We have so many things in store for you, talks and panels and conversations and music and interactive sessions, cooking shows. Nomi made a beautiful trailer, which has all of that in there. Um, the team is working very hard to make all of this possible. So thank you, team. And
I think we have to send something to this team. Like I can imagine it's a bit stressful right now with all these little technical delays. So I don't know if people are in the chat, but I think we have to send lots of love and lots of patience and calmness to all of you guys. So thank you for doing all this. We enjoy anyway in all the many channels we can follow the program. So I hope you're also enjoying. I hope this. And then some next time I'm happy to explore this all together. But I send you lots of good vibes from Paris.
Lots of love from Paris, lots of love
Yes.
from Amsterdam. Everyone have a wonderful Amaze. I'll see you tomorrow again for breakfast and croissant or coffee and croissants with Thorsten this time.
Aha, we're gonna learn about the flamingos.
And yes, have a beautiful Amaze and see you there. Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Sakina Latif from Hello from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So today I'll be talking about romancing the myths and legends of Southeast Asia. So again, thank you to the Amaze team for giving me the opportunity to speak, especially about Southeast Asian myths and culture on this platform. It's very exciting for me to talk about the things that I love and share the ideas that we have here in Southeast Asia with everyone here. So before anything, I think I'm going to start with introduction of myself. My name is Sakina. I'm one of the co-founders and currently the managing director of Personal Theory Games. We're based in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Currently, we're working on a game called Cabaret. We're also working on an untitled game and also the Lonely Hearts Pet Shop. So yeah, this is me and that's my cat Flynn. Just an introduction with my team. The one on the left is my core team. So those are my co-founders, Buddy and Derek, and my junior game designer Joshua, art director Michelle, and my lead programmer Hilmi. On the right is our audio team, Hello Universe. So they do all the audio in all our games, and they also helped out with a lot of the local indie game scenes here with music and audio for their games. So, just a short introduction about Persona Theory games. We make a lot of games based on Southeast Asian culture. A primary game that we released last year was called Fires at Midnight. That was a bit more an intimate story between two couples set in Kuala Lumpur. And then now, currently, we're working on Cabaret, and in the future, we're working on the Lonely Hearts Pet Shop. So, what I'm focusing today is mostly how we make Cabaret and introducing you guys to the myths and legends of Southeast Asia. And before I talk about what our myth and culture is, I would like to talk about a little bit about the Malaysian gaming scene here, which is relatively young, but we are a very growing community of indie devs. So on the right, you see there are many different types of indie games that Malaysia has done. Some of these are done by friends. Some they're all from different parts of Malaysia and also different size. Some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger. The ones you see in the middle, Bacon Switch and NSR, are considered the more AAA of the group, while the others are very indie. And some of these, especially the two on top, Rhythm Doctor and The Company Man, has been released, and I think they get really good reviews, so you can check them out on Steam. What Malaysia can do. A lot of our success in the how Malaysia has grown in terms of the gaming industry actually has a lot to do with this man named Hasnul, who has through his time in MDAC has actually helped funded some of these games. MDAC is a government body in Malaysia that has helped with tech games, and some of these games were funded by them. And now he's heading PlayStation here in Malaysia, so we're excited for that. So without further ado, I'm going to talk more about the main meat of my talk will be about the introducing you guys to what Southeast Asia is. So uh, Personal Theory Games, we come from different backgrounds. We were previously in film before COVID, so we would travel with an NGO called Pusaka to document different art forms here that we have in Malaysia. So one of the things that we did, this was featured in a festival called the Obscura Festival about the Kuda Kepang art form. So a lot of our art form has roots in Java. So when you see these performances, a lot of it borrows heavily on the spirituality of what they believe in. So without further ado, I think I'll just show you guys rather than speak mostly about it. I hope the audio is working too. Cool. So what you just saw there was art form called Kuda Kepang. The performers would ride this horses that you see them on the picture over there. So it's a ritual for them to bring to perform, and a lot of it, a lot of the time is done by men, but there's also women who are known to do it as well. So a lot of the art forms here in Southeast Asia is family rooted. A lot of the time it goes from bloodline to bloodline, so it's not an outsider generally they can participate, but most of the time they don't have the full, they call it ilmu, which is the knowledge of the arts. Some masters of the arts that they can pass down what they know to the next people who have this bloodline. So this is how the art survives. Right now, though, because of the political climate here in Malaysia, things have been very difficult for this for people like them to perform because it is seen as a bit, I guess, unreligious. Um, to them, to these people who actually perform the arts, they themselves are Muslims too, but they also believe that this is their way of being connected to their bloodline, their ancestors, and the spirit of the land and the spirit within them. So each of them will have different. Some of these guys will have different animals that they will embody when they go into these rituals, like things that you see in the video just now. Some of them have already like have a connection with different spirits, like the tiger, which I will speak a bit more later when it comes to cabaret. So what we did, the next group of art that I'm going to show is a more women-centric art called the Matyo. This is what we did before COVID. We were documenting the family. This is they call themselves the Cahaya Matahari family. Is a generational matriarchal family that pass down their knowledge of their arts from one generation to the next. They are also, there was, during this time when we were filming them, there was even a fatwa against celebrating. So while we were actually filming this, I cannot show the whole video, if not, it'll take over the entire talk. But the during the time when we were filming this, there was even like a risk of us all being raided by the police. So right now, as of now, it is quite seen as illegal and to some people even immoral, but to these people, and it is definitely something that is heavily rooted to our own culture, especially in the state that this Makyong arts take place in. So, and also, it is also seen that in this art form, there are men and women who celebrate and they perform the Makyong. There are also men who would cross dress, who are more feminine. So this art form does seem to be more like gender fluid in nature, and the men and the women would perform together. So one more reasons why some people find it a bit immoral, but for us, it's definitely something that we want to show more of, especially because it's a dying art. So when we were doing our game called Cabaret, we we researched a lot of Southeast Asian culture, especially our own what we have here in our own backyard. Um, I personally grew up a lot in the West. I grew up in London, so when I came back to Kuala Lumpur, I felt a bit disconnected to who I was as a Malaysian. So part of me wanted to know more about my own culture. So that was how we began our research into the different art forms, speaking to different masters that we have here. Unfortunately, due to COVID, they can't perform. So it remains to be seen how we can preserve the arts that we have here in Malaysia, especially the true masters of our arts. So I'm going to start the next part of the talk, which is more to do with Southeast Asian myths. Um, so a lot of our own performances, when it comes to Malay arts or Indonesian arts, we always start with this. Um, it is like the setting of the stage. It is the opening of the stage. So in a way, I am opening the stage to welcome all of you into the spiritual world of cabaret. And also depicted on this thing is once you've played the full game of cabaret, which will be released probably next year, you will see how uh, how the story is actually in this. So again, a lot of our research has to do with um, our culture, but not just our culture, but our brothers and sisters of Southeast Asia. Like we 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 are very similar to Indonesia, especially like I said just now with the kuda kepang and a lot of our local arts actually comes from Java. So there's a lot of similarities between our art forms. So one of the things that we researched, this is called wayang kulit, which is shadow puppets. I know there's a version of this in China, Germany. So this is our version. There's different styles of the shadow puppets. Wayang kulit actually translate to shadow skin. Sounds a bit morbid, but yeah. So these are Javanese shadow puppets, and these are more. The one on the left is more Malaysian. So if you look carefully at the details in the puppets, then that is how you will know a Malaysian shadow puppet. Like on the left, there's more curves, and then on the right is it's more Javanese, which has more sharp points, and they tend to be longer. And then our Malaysian one tends to be a little bit wider with curves and the less colorful than the Javanese one. So in Malaysia, we still um, they before COVID, there still used to be like mini wayang kulit shows here and there. There's even one group that we watched where the whole show was performed by a little boy. So there's a lot of variety in the shows. Most of them depict the different types of stories that we have here in Malaysia. Some of them are Javanese in nature. Some of them are even the Ramayana, the Hindu legends. So it varies from master to master and how they're feeling at that time, what they want to say, and what they want to perform. This was in the museum before COVID. We were supposed to do things with the museum, but COVID happened. But you see here, these are very old shadow puppets. Then you see the instruments. It's quite common that you see them in performances. So when we research the different style of wayang kulit, we were our art director Michelle was also testing out how she wanted to depict each character, because each character, if lightning strikes, you will see the shadow versions of the characters. But these are the final forms that you will see them in the game. We like the one on the left is more Malaysian in nature. The one on the right have a little bit of both. There's a reason to that as well. And yeah, so just a little bit of introduction. Since we all can't travel, I'm going to show you a bit of Malaysia. This is the three of these pictures right now that you see is from Penang. The one on the right is also another state called Negeri Sembilan. So a lot of times when we are doing our own stories, we researched on what we want to show, which state we want to show. Like in Penang, we wanted more the temples, the lighthouse that you see, the mangrove swamp, but also we want to show the beautiful roofs that we of ancient Malay palaces, which is called the Minangkabau. This was like early sketches. We wanted to show more mangroves because we have really big and beautiful mangrove swamps here, but unfortunately, due to greed, they are probably not going to survive in the next, I don't know, 10, 20 years. They're already disappearing, which is very sad. There's some, it feels very mysterious when you see the large mangrove swamps that we have here. So we wanted that to be like the entrance, the introduction, the pathway for you to reach into this realm of Southeast Asian monsters. And this is our cabaret, which you will see if you play the demo, which is now on Steam. So what is showing here is one is the mangrove swamp. The trees are huge, and it looks as if the house itself is coming out of the mangrove. And we wanted to show the the land coming out from the water, because here in Malaysia we call our land like tanah air, which weirdly translates to land and water. So we wanted to show we wanted a mixture of that as well. Again, we won't touch so much on this because we are filmmakers, so naturally we always gravitate towards film in all our research. These are some of the older famous Malaysian films that we always reference or we look to, whether it's style or story. So with more of the local arts, on the top we have classic Javanese mask. On the bottom is a mixture of what you can find here in Malaysia, like the one with the wood carving is from a group, local tribe called Mameri. They live primarily near the beach. They have this beautiful mask that they carve. Then the one on the far right is from Sabah and Sarawak. So when we were looking at the masks for each of the characters, we wanted to have a mixture of them. So this is, we reference Java and Malaysia all the time. So our main character is Jabat. One of the reasons why we picked him to be a dragon, a naga. If you guys have watched Disney Raya, you will probably recognize the dragon already. But one of the reasons why we picked the naga is because across Southeast Asia, there is, you can find this naga almost every country in Southeast Asia. But there's a difference between how they look and the colors there are and the horns, but primarily this is the main connection that we want to have for our Southeast Asian monster and the main character that you will play as. And then we also researched on local myths about, for this guy's name is the caretaker. We took a look at things like local martial arts called silat. So a lot of our arts has to do with calling forth spirits, whether it's spirits of your ancestors or spirits of the land, spirits of animals. So this guy, this caretaker, he's actually called a Harimau Jadian, which is a were tiger, and he would, um, if you believe the martial arts silat, then some people can call forth him, uh, and embody this spirit, this might of a tiger, and become a very powerful warrior. But not everyone can do it. It depends of your own affinity to which animal and whether or not you even have the bloodline in you. Also touching a bit on one of the things that Malaysians or I think Southeast Asians believe, especially when it comes to people in power, politicians, powerful families. They're always accompanied by powerful spirits. Like this character name is Jin, which actually translates to genie, but it's far from what you see in Disney. Is actually something that can follow a generational family, like from one family to another family. There's also ones where only women in the family can pass down. So your grandmother passed down to your mother, and then if you're a woman, then your mother will pass it down to you. And then in the case of like if you do not accept this gene, then this gene will stay with your mother and will never let her die until there's a successor. So this is and also in a way jinns are also they also grant wishes, but also at a very big cost. So we believe here that very powerful politicians are so untouchable is because they have help from spirits like these. So this is one of the characters that you will see in Cabaret. This is a bit of a tease because we have never shown him yet, but he will be revealed closer when we are done with the full game. Um, so if you know the legends of the Nagas, there are no Nagas without the Garudas. So Garuda is the enemy of the Nagas. There's a tie to the story in Cabaret, but I won't talk about it too much. But essentially, Garuda is someone that you will meet and someone that is from the Hindu legends with the Nagas. So when we were talking about the stories of women in Southeast Asia, a lot of our monsters have to do with our own societal topics that we want to talk about, how women are treated in our own culture. So like the one on the left is called a Pontianak. She's one of our most famous monster. Most of the time, her story is very tragic. It's either she died during child labor or miscarried, or is murdered by a man. So we wanted her to be powerful. We wanted her to talk about big issues about how women are treated, about, and there's also a bit of a spoiler about what else she talks about, primarily what she eats. And then the one on the right is Mayang. She is based off on a very famous Malay music called Ulit Mayang, which is what fishermen used to sing and chant when they are about to go to sea, and they pray for safe voyage and many fish to bring home. So she is a goddess that you can meet. Also, we don't only include monsters from Malaysia, but we have these guys are from the Philippines, which you see. The one on the left is Eke, and the one on the right is Tikbalang. A lot of their stories have to do with um, warnings about strangers walking home at night, and things that go bump in the dark. And also, some of them have connections to when the Philippines was being colonized and how the locals wanted to play tricks on the colonizers. So there are some topics that we touch on about Southeast Asian history. Then the one, these guys are from Indonesia, the one on the left. If you've been to Bali and see the temples, you would recognize Rangda, which is the locals believe to be an evil spirit witch. And our story is not that far off, but she's also a lot to do with um, how local cultures, how local people tend to um, see solitary weirdo women as witches back in the day. Like they are not normal, so she has been labeled as that. So a lot of her story has to do with how she was perceived to be by other people. Similar to that is Babi Ngepet, who's a boar. Um, a lot of his legends has to do with if your things go missing, like your money, your gold go missing, it is his fault. Like like you're blaming it on a pig rather than most likely another human being stole your things. So those are the things that the characters would talk about in Cabaret. Okay, so quickly touching on gameplay, I think this is quite familiar to some people. It's also called I have no idea how you pronounce this. I'm so sorry if I butchered it, but it's called Manchala, or something like that. Um, uh, but in our region, it's called is for us is similar, but I'm not really sure whether Manchala is very different from what we have here. So when we wanted to do cabaret, we looked to a lot of local games. So we wanted to feature a local game that's been played for generations. And me being a city kid, actually, I have never played this game. My fellow game devs have, so they were teaching me the rules. Um, so it was I've seen the game being played around, so it was quite interesting when they were building the game. I was trying to study and learn how to win. The board itself, which I will show in a bit, is to do with our um, our Dayak tribe, which is in Sarawak. These are the tribes colors that you see. So we wanted the art motifs of the Dayak tribe to be on the board. One of the reasons why is because it's tied to the board itself that we made has ties to local legend, Sarawak legend about a very, very large crocodile. So we wanted like carvings of a crocodile because in the legends is about um, it's named Bujang Senang, which translate to easy bachelor. I'm not really sure why it's called that, but essentially this crocodile is very large. It's also an albino crocodile, and it terrorized the rivers of Sarawak for many years until I think it took a whole group of warriors to take it down. So that's how the legend goes. And these are not that's not the real skull, but it's just a legend of this giant crocodile that we have in Sarawak. And this is the board that you see how we incorporate the legend. So the one on the left is actually your board, which is the white crocodile. So yeah, so this is one of the gameplays that you will be playing in the game. And then lastly, to I think close off the talk, I will show you guys the trailer of Cabaret. This song is by a group, Indonesian band called Samba Sunda. They're amazing, and they're also making an exclusive music piece for us for the game, which we will release sometime. I think hopefully end of the year. So hope you enjoy, and I hope the audio works. So yeah, I think that is all for my talk. Thank you so much for. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for inviting me to talk about cabaret. Is Cabaret is also funded by an amazing group called Wings Interactive. We wouldn't be here without their help. So if you want to follow us on our social media, there's Personal Theory at Twitter, mine is Larksy at Twitter, and yeah, that's about it. Thank you, guys.
program. And Suraida did an amazing job to put all this program together. It's very international, very diverse, and I'm really looking forward to all the talks, what you guys doing. Yeah. And the next talk is by Julia Makiewicz. Help me rebuild my broken alt control game. Please enjoy.
5 more? Okay. Oh, I'm live. Okay. Hello everyone. How's it going? Yeah, so my name is Julia Makovic, and I will be doing this workshop on rebuilding my broken alternative controller game. So I am a game designer who makes alternative controller games. They tend to have like a bit more of a narrative focus. So I'll just show you a few of the ones that I've made previously so you can kind of get a sense of what I do. And then I'll get into preparing this current game that's broken. So just before I begin, this will require a bit of audience participation. Where can I actually see where the audience is? Is there a chat stream or something that I can view? YouTube. Okay. All right. Oh, great. Where? Okay. Can someone please quickly send me the YouTube link through Discord if that would be all right? Sorry about this. Yeah, but I'll keep going until that happens. So this is sorry. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Awesome. In the same chat. Okay. I can't see Windows. In Zoom chat, I can't see the. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see the. I can't see the YouTube video link in the Zoom chat. But here, I'll keep going. So basically, yeah, this is so one of the alternative controller games I made was called Ghost Boy in the Land of the Dead, and I'm quickly going to just play this short video. It's not going to have any audio, but I'll just explain the kind of alternative controllers that I made. Yeah. So. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you so much. Apologies for this. Okay. All right, great. Sorry about this. And thank you so much. All right. So, anyways, hello everyone. Thank you for bearing with me. So this is the kind of alternative controller games that I make. I made these squishy ghost controllers that were embedded with all sorts of sensors. They had tilt switches and sometimes capacitive touch sensors, and they were made out of silicone rubber. And the way you controlled them was that you just kind of squeezed them a lot. Basically, just like squeezed them, contorted them, and you would make this ghost to do actions in the screen by like, I guess how you squeeze the ghost, it would affect how the ghost's figure moved around on the screen. And the whole game was kind of like you're controlling you're helping the ghost to navigate the afterlife by controlling its body in the physical realm. So yeah, you just sort of moved it around by grabbing the controller and helping it avoid these demons. Yeah, now I'm going to show a little clip of Void of Memory, which is the game which we will actually be fixing today. It was kind of one of the first large-scale alternative controller games that I made, and it was actually featured in Amaze Open Screens, and it was supposed to represent this futuristic server. And the server was meant to be used as like this sinister tool of surveillance. And in the game, by interfacing with the server, you met a few distinct characters, and you could decide whether or not you wanted to carry out the purpose of the server, or use it to subvert the intentions of the evil company that was operating it. And you kind of decided that based on how the characters influenced you. So the characters would pop up on the screen and they would, just trying to chat with you. And a few seconds ago, you saw me kind of turn an extension of this machine, and those were kind of the main controls. So I'm just gonna speed through to sort of show you what it was mainly about. Oh, actually, fun fact here. This right here was an infrared sensor, which you would bring to the top of the machine. But I sort of discontinued that after it proved to be quite problematic. Apparently, infrared doesn't play well in loud, crowded, unpredictable spaces. So yeah, that got discontinued, but many of the parts still remained the same and kind of continued on throughout its life. Yeah, now these are sort of the key bits. These are kind of these tendrils that belong to the machine, and they contain just simple tilt switches which detected whether the switch was on or off, and those would be the key decision-making tools in the game. Yeah, and so you could kind of choose which tendril to flip, and that would determine the choices which you made. So that's kind of, I guess, the more final version of right here. Yeah, so I'm going to zoom in on this image, but this is like the main case. In addition to the two tilt switches that you see from the video, I also added these extensions to it, which had bronze at the top, and you would kind of like a copper tape at the top, and you would just like put them together to complete a circuit. So I have one right here. As you can see, it's got bronze on the top, and I would take it to one of these, for example, and just like put them together, and that would make a button. One of them would be kind of like the positive end of the button. The other one would be the negative end of the button, and just putting them together completes the circuit. So although the controls on Void of Memory were extremely elaborate, they were all basically just very, very ornate buttons. And in some ways, while that simplified things, I feel like it was sort of a lost opportunity to do something different. And I think this workshop would be an interesting place to try and explore that. So yeah, I guess now that I've shown you what Void of Memory looked like, what it was like, now I guess I can show you Broken Void of Memory in its current form. So yeah, who's ready for that? I'll move my camera now. And this is kind of what it looks like. So but speaking more towards the actual interactions, so shortly I'll be showing you a quick little demo that I put together of some potential sensors that we can use / add to it. Some of them look, yeah, some of them look quite, so yeah, so I've got a few different sensors in here. Some of them are from the original design, and some of them are new. Is everyone having an okay time hearing me? Yeah, but I can start showing you the demo, and we can see what we can do with it. So yeah, this actually got here. I'll show you. So these are the original sensors that I have. Those big elaborate buttons. Okay, cool. Great. Yeah, I've got these big elaborate buttons that we can utilize. I'll show you a short demo with some other added sensors, and we also have the familiar tendril, which we can utilize in some way. That's just a tilt switch. So one thing which I would like to add before I go into the demo is so the big elaborate buttons that I described earlier, they have like this copper like this bronze covering on top. So yeah, I could have used they can still be used as buttons as they were originally, but they can also be used as like capacitive touch sensors. So I think using them as capacitive touch sensors would be a pretty interesting input. So I would be open to exploring that, but please let me know if you would be interested in doing that. All right, so yeah, cool. I'll get to showing you the demo. Cool. So over here, I have an LED matrix. I have an Arduino Mega, which was the original kind of brain of Void of Memory. And I have just an Arduino Uno, which we can use as a spare piece or something to experiment on. I've got this TFT LCD screen, which can display colors and text. Yeah, keep in mind, sometimes these things do tend to get quite complicated. So yeah, there's always room for shenanigans and various technical issues. So that'll be fun. But basically, this is kind of the basic setup. Now I've got a few sensors. So as I mentioned, I've got this capacitive touch sensor. And if I touch it like this now, actually, yeah, sometimes, okay, something is a little bit broken at the moment, but we can debug that later. But if I flip this tendril, basically, yeah, the screen changes color and an interaction happens. This was supposed to make a sound happen and also some different effects, but we can debug that later. We can actually start by totally from scratch and yeah, utilizing the sensor as new. So yeah, fun. I've kind of, yeah, it's a little bit of chaos over here. So I've got so many things popping out of these breadboards. So yeah, I guess I would like to see your input now. So how would you like to go about doing this? Do you want to experiment with the capacitive touch sensor like this one, or would you like to experiment with this tilt switch? I've also got, yeah, I have this little piezo which emits like beeping noises. I've got this TFT screen which can display images, graphics, text, and I also have this LED matrix which has all sorts of fun patterns going on. So does anyone have a place where they would like to start, something which they would like to see? Yeah, I'll wait for some replies to come in. Otherwise, I will just go on ahead and start. Right, someone is awesome. Okay, so people are intrigued by the LEDs and capacitive touch. I think that's a good direction. Let's go with that. All right, cool. Okay, I think everyone likes the LEDs. All right, sweet. Let's all right. Let's do that then. All right, awesome. That it is. Okay, we're doing that. Cool. All right, so I think the best way. Oh, the capacitive touch can absolutely detect a gradation of touch. Basically, it can detect whether you're kind of just barely hovering over it. It can also detect whether you've got your hand like, just really grabbing onto it. So it would be kind of cool to experiment with some level of gradations and seeing what can be whether or not the nuances of the capacitive touch sensor can be transferred to the LED matrix. Okay, so let's get started then. I think I'm going to actually get a new breadboard and slowly, and I think I'm going to actually, okay, so I'm going to take a new breadboard to start from scratch. And I'm going to utilize this Arduino Uno just to start off pretty simple. And you can watch me wire it all together, and I'll share my code with you as well. All right, and then I will be able to, and then I'll upload it, and then we can see what happens. All right, exciting. So, all right, I'll lay the Arduino here. I'm gonna lay this breadboard right here. Okay, and I'm gonna slowly start taking sensors out. So these items are for the capacitive touch sensor. So the way it works is we've got the sensor pin. We've got this resistor. It's about like, I don't know if you can see, it's about like 1 mega ohm resistor. And you sort of need like a big resistor to get the different gradations in the level of touch. Also, humans are actually pretty conductive, so putting like I guess a full force of all your electricity on the sensor without like any kind of resistor might actually, sometimes cause it to short, but that's quite extreme. So I'm putting this resistor right here on the breadboard, and it will be connected to this end of the sensor pin. And now I am going to take these 2 wires out, put them in this Arduino right here, and I'm just going to pick 2 random pins. I'm going to pick pins 2 and pin 4. As you can see, I don't know if you can see, but I've got pins 2 and 4 in there. Now, pin 2 will be the sensor pin. So pin 2 is this purple wire right here. So the purple wire will go over here where the resistor is, and where the sensor is. And that will kind of be its and that will be where it rests on the breadboard, and the other wire will go here. So before I go on to do anything crazy with the LEDs, I'm first just going to test whether or not this sensor works using a very simple example, which just reads in the levels of the sensor. This is also a good thing to do because like capacitive touch is not always reliable. Like it's something which changes according to temperature and your environment. So I was testing this out in the other room, and I got readings which ranged from 0 to 3,000 of whatever units is used to measure the level of capacitive touch. And in this room, I only get like 0 to 1,000. So it varies. And it's always good to check beforehand and then adjust how you measure it accordingly. So I'm just going to show you how that all works in a bit. All right, so I'm connecting it right now. And I'm just going to upload a very, very simple example code to it just to see what we get. I'm actually just going to use the capacitive sensor library and see what happens there. Going to change the board to Arduino Uno. And of course, I have to use the correct port on which the Arduino is located. So now I am just going to upload it and see what it reads. All right, so it claims it's done uploading. All right. And now I'm going to see if it's printing anything out. Oh, right. I should probably change the serial, the baud rate. Yep, and okay. So it's supposed to be reading like 3 sensors at the same time, but I've only got 1 connected, which is why the others are getting negative readings like -2, which makes 0 sense. Now we're actually utilizing only the first column on this. So is anyone seeing the results getting printed out of curiosity? Yeah. So as you can see in kind of the second to the left column, there's like a base reading of 60 or so, 60, 30. Now, if I put my hand on it, that reading should increase in a bit, right? It's increasing to, 1,924. It's going quite a lot. So, cool. All right, awesome. Glad to see people are seeing it. But yeah, as you can see, it's quite, it's going from 60 to 1,900 something when I put my hand on it. But if I just kind of hover like this, wait for a few seconds, and yeah, it's kind of giving me readings of like 100, 132, sort of in the 100s. So I can kind of pick up on proximity. And if I only kind of lightly touch it, it's going to give me readings of, say, all right, 1896, like still in the 900s, but if I'm just kind of barely hovering over it, sort of sticks around in the 1800s. But if I just clamp my hands on it, it just gets very, very high. So yeah, it's kind of a good sensor. I've got this reading is sort of slow. It kind of happens every few seconds, but I can try and find, I'll find a way to make it read faster. And then we'll get to setting up the LED matrix. Actually, you know what? Let's do something fun right now with the LED matrix. It's going to be pretty wild. So I'm just going to set it up on the Arduino as well, and then I'm going to show you like the graphics demo so you can kind of see all that it can do. All right. So this is the LED matrix. It's got 4 pins that we need to connect. It's got just trying to free some of these wires. Don't mind me. Okay. Okay. This. Right. So one of these wires needs to go to a digital pin, which will be used to send in the data to this LED matrix. So that's kind of what's going to let us run all of the code on it instead of just powering it. And I'm going to put that on pin number 6. Then I need to connect it to power. So I'm just going to connect it directly to 5V. And then finally, I need to connect it to ground as well. So this has 2 inputs for ground. So I'm just going to do that twice. And let me just see whether I got it all correct. It's kind of hard to see here, so sorry for the awkward angles at times. Okay. So that, okay, this is. All right, cool. So I've put this LED matrix in, and now I'm gonna quickly run the demo, and that should be fun. Yep, I'm gonna be running this GFX demo. Does it take skill to not get everything tangled up immediately? Yeah, probably one which I kind of lack at the moment. Well, actually, so yes and no. When you're experimenting on a breadboard, it kind of like it's just going to get messy because there are wires everywhere, and the breadboards aren't always stable. So like it's easy for things to slip out. But once you're sort of sure that you've got it working, it's better to actually start soldering it onto an actual perf board, and then everything will be much more stable, and you'll have more control over it, and it will be way more organized. So right now, this is just a live demo, so I figured I would use these for convenience, but as you're working on a prototype, you would want to start on a breadboard, and then you would slowly want to move to soldering onto perf boards just to make it more stable. All right, so let's find our Arduino Uno. Cool, it's all connected, and I'm going to upload this demo, and we'll see if that works. Sometimes it might not, just because the matrix is pretty power hungry, so I will need to power it a little bit more. And yeah, it's uploading. Okay. All right, so the code is uploaded, but the matrix does not seem to be working. So that's probably because it needs more power. Oh, actually, did I? Pin 6, yeah. Let's just make sure I've got my wiring correct. Yep. All right, so I'm just going to add. So I'm just going to connect this 9-volt battery to the matrix just to give it the extra power it needs, because sometimes it just won't run because of that. All right, so gonna need to borrow a couple of wires for this. All right, this one, this green one is gonna go into power right here. And then I'm gonna have this blue one, which is ground, and it's going to go to ground, say, right around here. Actually, I'm going to add it right here. All right. Cool. So let's see if that gets it to work. This matrix can sometimes be kind of finicky, so it might take a few tries. Oh, no, what have I, no, this is incorrect. Well, right. Cool. Increasing the baud rate because that's kind of what this calls for. And I'm just going to upload it again and see if that makes a difference. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. It's returning this error, which I haven't heard of before. But this didn't happen with the Mega. So this is quite interesting. It's claiming that there isn't enough capacity on the screen, even though I was able to get it work multiple times today. So I'm going to move to another. I'm actually going to try and port this all onto the Mega again and see what happens, because yeah, this is interesting. All right. Sorry. Yeah. So this is just the joys of working with electronics, because you never know when it's going to throw a curveball at you. All right, cool. All right, so it works on the Mega, interestingly enough. So I'm not sure what that was up with the Arduino Uno, but that's just it's all trial and error basically. So yeah, great. Okay, gonna switch it back to the Arduino Mega now. All right, seems to be the right port. Yep. Sketch. Okay. Right, so sometimes it does this thing where it doesn't recognize that it's in the port. Right. Yep. All right. Okay, it's having some issues where it's not exactly so it's for some reason not exactly recognizing that it's here basically, and it's sort of hard to gauge sometimes why that is. So I'm just going to try this one more time, and then we can move on to something else. All right. All right, okay. It uploaded, and as you can see, it's kind of going through a different rainbow of colors. So it's kind of hard to see because of the light, but I'll try and bring it up close so you can get a better sense of it. Oh, and of course it disconnected if I move it too much. Okay. All right, it's mad now. Just gonna upload that one more time. All right, here we go again. So hopefully we'll be able to see the demo. I'm gonna keep it down here because it doesn't like it when it moves. Yeah. Yep, it gets to this point, and I think that it just craves more power, more power. It's kind of hard to deal with these things. So thank you all for bearing with me. I'm just gonna alligator clip this battery once again. All right. So let's try this one more time. All right. Hopefully that'll be yeah, what it needs. And after this, yeah, we'll just have to see what else there is. I'm gonna try one more thing. All right, okay, yep, great. So I think that this is pretty much, yeah, what was able to accomplish today. Thank you so much for bearing with me and all of these technical issues. Basically, feel free to ask me any questions about this. I'm sorry we couldn't get a chance to put the sensors together, but thank you so much for coming here and watching me fiddle around with this LED matrix and listening to me talk about alternative controllers. Yeah. So yeah, thank you all much. Thank you all so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
And I'm super happy to also announce our moderator of today. And I'm really, really looking forward to Elise Terranova to take over the whole program. And she's a game designer, and she also did an amazing job last year at the Amaze Berlin 2020 Total Digital. And yeah, welcome.
Thanks, Torsten. You look a little bit relieved to hand over moderation duties to me, I have to say.
Yeah, but it's also a good preparation for me for the Amaze Awards, because I'm gonna do the moderation of the Amaze Award. Is a big thing, right? I mean,
That's true.
So I have to be very relaxed, and so it's a good training.
Lots of people, lots of games.
Are you nervous?
Always.
Always.
Always when I speak, yes, always.
Maybe the Fritz Cola will help.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Not awkward product placement at all. Delicious.
Yeah, it's live from Berlin, Urban Spree Gallery. Elise, you take over.
Can I ask you a few questions before you go?
No,
Oh, just little
not
ones.
prepared for that. Okay.
Tattoo.
Tattoo. Oh,
Tattoo.
Yes,
Torsten.
there's a tattoo lottery.
Yeah.
When?
This afternoon at 6.
This afternoon at 6.
Yeah.
Okay, this
And we need more
afternoon at 6.
submissions, right? Because
We need, because we just had one so far. And I definitely want to have 10 in the bowl. And the game is basically, I have a dice, I roll the dice, and there are whatever, 100 tattoos in there. They're not bigger than 5 by 5 centimeters, very minimal. And first I roll the dice. If I have a 1, I just take 1. If I roll a 6, then I have to take 6.
Love
and
it.
I put
Tattoo
them
hit points.
everywhere on my wonderful skin.
Okay, so to get your tattoo into the bowl, you can fill out the form via the Maze website, or you can post your design in the Discord. And wouldn't it be awesome to have a picture of your art on the festival director?
Yes. But you also have to know the code of conduct that also applies to
Yes.
my skin. Yeah?
Yes, and code of conduct in general is a great thing to look at and be familiar with. So if you're just joining the festival for the first time, please take a look.
Thank you very much. Elise, it's your stage.
Oh no. So yeah, please get in your tattoo if you'd like to have your work considered. So yeah, it's a pull out of the bowl, which is pretty cool. Apart from that, we're still waiting for the space builds for the moment. So hold on tight, they'll be there soon. Check out the How To Festival for the moment. And our next talk is Sam Alfred, who's going to go through his talk, Terra Nil and the Value of Nature. That's up next.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Terra Nil and the Value of Nature. It's a great honor to be here, and I hope you enjoy. Before we get started, I just want to introduce myself quickly. This is me. My name is Sam. This is when my hair was a lot shorter and I was still allowed to go outside. And I'm from Cape Town, which is a city at the bottom end of Africa. And I work at a studio called Free Lives. We've made titles such as Broforce and Gorn, and these days we're working on Terra Nil. Not the whole studio, just a few of us, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today. If you're interested in this talk, you may have played Terra Nil, but just in case you haven't, let me introduce the game quickly. It's a strategy game that we call a reverse city builder. And the reason it's a reverse city builder is because what you're doing is, rather than starting with a piece of natural wilderness and exploiting it for all its natural resources and turning it into a city, you actually start with a wasteland like you see on the left here, and turn it into a verdant paradise like you see on the right. You do this through kind of traditional isometric city builder style mechanics, but the flavor of the game is very different. So for a talk about city builders and nature, this is a slightly strange place to start, but bear with me. I want to ask a question, that is, what are first-person shooter games about? And they're about a lot of things, but when it comes down to it, I think the lowest common denominator is that first-person shooter games are about shooting and killing things. And if you were going to make a first-person shooter game, you'd want to make a game about shooting and killing things, probably. But the reason I bring this up is because interesting things start happening when you start asking, well, what about first-person games without shooting and killing? What do those look like? And when you take away this kind of mainstay of the genre, these tropes, you get some really interesting games. You get games like Portal, which sort of showed us all, I think, back in 2007, what was possible to do with a first-person game that wasn't about killing stuff. You get games like Antichamber, you get games like Slime Rancher. All of these games are incredibly innovative and successful in their own right, but they are, all of them, are first-person games without killing and shooting. Well, I mean, shooting, but not killing. So that being said, let's apply the same experiment to city and factory builders, and really most strategy games in general. So what are the mainstays of this genre, and how do they present themselves? Well, I'd argue that a lot of these games are about colonization, capturing territory. This is Civ, you know, you are expanding the influence of your city, you're getting new hexes, you're using armies to get territory. Expansion, like building a bigger city in city skylines, always building a new housing block. Exploitation of natural resources is kind of a no-brainer for a lot of the games in the genre. That's Factorio and Satisfactory. The exploitation of the natural world is something that humans have done throughout history, and you know, when you're making a game that kind of mirrors that, it's a natural place to go. And then some games, and this is more factory games, but some games are even about infinite growth. They've got procedurally generated universes, and you can just keep building. And you know, the most famous line perhaps about Factorio is that the factory must grow to meet the needs of the ever-growing factory. And I just want to say that, you know, this is not a value judgment. I'm not here to preach and say these are terrible. These are all fantastic games. I'm just talking really about the lowest common denominator, the low-hanging fruit. If you're making a city builder, if you're making a factory builder, what would be the things that you would include by default? And then what happens when you take those away? How do we build a game, a city builder game, a builder game without those themes? And what can we fill in the gaps with? And I think, and what we've tried to do in Terra Null, you can look at the natural world for inspiration. Sorry, just a sip of water. So to give you a first example, nature's not about infinite growth. Infinite growth is a thing that happens in video games, but it can't happen in the real world. And to illustrate this point, I'm going to talk about the Yellowstone National Park in the United States and the wolf reintroduction experiment, which is perhaps one of the most famous ecological experiments ever. Basically, what happened was in the 1920s, the wolf population, the gray wolf of Yellowstone, was hunted to extinction, and the government mandated the hunting, but this had really adverse knock-on effects, and it caused what's called a trophic cascade in the ecosystem. So the wolf was hunted, and that meant that some of its prey, like the elk, their population increased markedly, and the elk no longer had to be fearful of the wolves. So their traditional habitats where they would graze along the riverbanks in the summer, they just stayed there all year round. And that meant that they didn't have to leave the rivers in winter because they weren't afraid of wolves, and they grazed on these willows and aspens, which are the primary habitat of beavers. And as the willows and aspens disappeared, beavers had less wood to use to build their dams. And as they couldn't build their dams, they lost their habitat. And so the beavers began disappearing from the range. And there were other effects too, like scavengers disappearing, like ravens, who had no carrion to feed on because there were no wolves making kills. And so we can see that, you know, removing a an animal just completely threw out the balance. And just to finish this story, in 1995, with a new bill in the government, wolves began to be reintroduced into Yellowstone. It's been considered widely to be a success. And although it's perhaps overstated, I still think it's worthwhile. The elk populations came down, the willows and aspens started to come back, and beavers began to build dams again. And all of that serves to, as an example, that nature keeps itself in balance. So how do we use that in a video game? Well, Terranul's an isometric strategy game. This is what the map looks like. We've got 64 square tiles. I think that's 4,096 tiles, and that's it. That's all you have, and that's what you have to make do with. And you can't buy more land, and you can't just expand outside of that. You gotta make things work inside the space you're given. And so this is a screenshot of the game, and in the bottom left we can see three progress bars, and one of them's got a tick, and the three are fynbos, which I'll talk more about later, wetland, and forest, and you can see them here in the game. And what you have to do here is you have to restore the biodiversity of the world, of the level you're playing, but you have to do it without, you know, making one too much higher than the other, because you have to balance all three. So it's no good covering the entire map with forest, because then you'll have no space for wetland, and you can't buy more land just to get your wetland meter up. So it becomes balancing act, where you want to use the land near the rivers for wetland, because that's the best wetland land, and then you want to use the land near the trees for the fynbos, because that's the best place for that, and what goes where, and it becomes about balancing it, just like in the real world. And that's great, and we're really happy with that design mechanic, but that doesn't talk about the change of the state. A video game is about interacting with the game and changing the state, and what I just described is more of a static entity. Once everything is balanced, where do you go from there? And so we've also taken inspiration from the natural world for interesting mechanics and ways that you can change state. So this over here is a protea bush. This is the national flower of South Africa, and it exists in the fynbos floral kingdom of the Western Cape, where I live, and this is the only part of the world where fynbos exists. And fynbos and the protea have got this very unique property that they actually need to burn to germinate. So a protea flower, once it's pollinated, can actually close itself and wait for years and years until a fire comes by and burns the bush, and then it releases its seeds. And what this does is the fire clears all the undergrowth and the grass and allows the seeds to land on fertile soil without too much competition. And so we thought this is an incredible natural process. And how do we put it into Terranul? How do we take inspiration from it? And so this is what it looks like in the game. And I hope this video works. But you construct some fynbos, you start a fire, and then that fire will spread, and it'll leave behind nutritious ash. And as the fire spreads, you can see it's clearing the undergrowth, just like in the real world. And then what happens after that is you can use that ash to construct forests. And this is what that looks like in game. And in fact, through the process of learning about this and doing this research, I realized that this process of clearing land with fire in order to allow larger plants to grow and not have to compete with grasslands exists all over the world, not just in South Africa, although fynbos is unique in the way it's evolved to require it. Let me give you another example of a mechanic in Terranul. So these are artificial coral reefs. coral has this really interesting property that it likes to grow on some metals, particularly steel. And actually, coral will grow even better on steel with a very low current, very low voltage current being passed through it. And so when we are trying to regrow coral and reintroduce coral reefs, because as I'm sure you all know, coral reefs are dying all over the world, you can sink decommissioned steel structures, ships, oil rigs, buses, trucks, big things like that, or purpose-built structures like the one on the left, which are created specifically for the creation of artificial reefs. And what happens then is tiny pieces of coral that are taken from existing living coral in a lab are adhered to the superstructure, and because of the large surface area, it allows the coral to grow as quickly as possible. And I just thought this is the most fantastic process, and you know, this is humans interacting with the natural world, and how do we use this in our game? And Terranol's still in development, and you should all go wishlist it if you haven't. So we don't have we don't have the actual process yet, but this is what coral looks like in the world of Terranol. And once you've placed down the artificial reefs, you can allow the coral to grow on top of it. And so the game is chock full of these mechanics inspired by nature. Those are just a couple of them. But the last thing I want to talk about is another element of city builder games, and it's what about the satisfaction of looking over what you've built? And one of my favorite things to do when I'm playing a city builder or a factory game is you know, at the end when everything's working and it's this fantastic machine, you zoom out and you see all the parts working together, and it's so satisfying. And we don't have that exactly in Terranol, but we have something else. There is an incredible sense of satisfaction that, you know, nature and the natural world provides, and the sense of achievement provided by looking over an ecosystem that's been restored. And so we have a stage at the end of a level in Terranol where you actually have to recycle all of the buildings that you used to get to that point, and then you load them into an airship and you fly away, and you leave the wilderness as it is. And that, you know, sometimes you restore the weather and it starts raining and animals start coming back, and that I believe is a different sense of achievement. But and I don't think we fully capture the majesty of nature in its entirety in Terranol, but I do think we get a little bit. So in conclusion, Terranol is a builder game. It's a reverse city builder game that ignores most of the traditional mainstays of the genre, and instead it just tries to fill those design gaps with mechanics and inspiration from nature. It's a game that's not about infinite growth and exploitation, but rather it's a game about gently restoring the environment. And we hope that by making this game, and we can inspire other people to make more games, and other people to create other media that is about a more positive future, because we believe that if all of our media is dystopian and dark and everything about the future presents it as a disaster, then that's what's going to come to pass. And the only way we can avoid that self-fulfilling prophecy is to begin to make positively themed media. And we hope that Terranol is a little bit of that. And thanks very much. That's my Twitter handle. You can find me on Twitter, and I hope you enjoyed the talk.
Hey Sam, thanks for that great talk. With me next, I have Frauke Stuhl, who is at the Leibniz Research for Museums in Action, and she's there working on concepts and coordination for the action plan, A World in Motion. So she's going to tell us a little bit more about it before we go to a panel. So Frauke.
Thank you. Yeah, hello everyone. I'm very happy that the Leibniz Research Museums are here at this wonderful festival, and we are bringing the gaming community and the museums community closer together. This following talk is directly related to the Game Jam, A World in Motion, which took place just right before the Amaze Festival started. And it was organized by the Leibniz Research Museums and the Great Amaze Festival. And there we wanted to create a game idea like a museums cross engaging experience. And let's have a quick look into it.
A warm welcome to everybody to the first A World in Motion online game jam, which is a collaboration between Amaze and the Leibniz Research Museums. We are your host for the jam, but we have also some other people here.
Hello everybody, I'm Thorsten and I'm running Amaze 2008 now.
I'm the conceptualizer and coordinator of all the museums crossed events happening in the Leibniz Research Museums. Museums and the games, they can tell wonderful, interesting and engaging stories. And with your creativity and the content of research museums, we want to rethink museums.
Here on Discord I have these sketches. And here's some concepts.
Right now I've just been building up the apartment and we're going to use various items from all of the museums and incorporate them, and the goal for the user is to look for the murder weapon.
We are working in the art, researching game mechanics in Unity.
Yeah, so I've been busy just doing like the technical stuff.
Yeah, basically our idea is we have a little robot who is on a great adventure on planet Earth, and there he finds some interesting objects.
Yeah, 3 days full of work and hopefully also a lot of fun. And we are really looking forward to all your presentations.
Yeah, so our main gameplay again is solving riddles. You would need to activate some sort of portal.
So Navigati is our naval navigation experience. You have different tools like your sextant, a compass and a map to navigate.
So we made an interface where you can submit artwork, and then another interface where we can moderate the artwork if it's okay or not. And then it generates the museum based on the database of approved submitted artworks.
He ends up finding out this tunnel is actually a bit of a time machine. And so he goes back in time and finds what famous Germans.
I made a story writing tool.
And here's one of the objects. And when you click it, this description opens up. It's the crime scene.
Yeah, welcome back, and thank you Tatjana and Gabriel for this great video about the Game Jam. And you will see a selection of the best games on the award show tomorrow night, so tune in. But now, our fantastic moderator, Geraldine de Bastion, will talk with Anna Dori, a participant from the Game Jam, two representatives of the museums, Diana Moderesi-Teherani and Dominic von Roth, and our special guest, Rosana Lopez from Manila, about the Jam and about Playful Museums. Geraldine de Bastion is the founder of the consultancy Connective, which advises various organizations. And she is also the founder of the Global Innovation Gathering, in which she connects innovators from all over the world. Every year she is highly requested and a popular creator and moderator at the International Net Conference Republica. So, Geraldine, please tell me, will games have the superpower to change the museum world?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for tuning in to Playful Museums. My name is Geraldine de Bastion, and I have the honor of moderating this session on behalf of the Leibniz Research Museum Action Plan. In the next hour, we want to explore the correlation between games and museums, as both tell stories and offer different kinds of learning opportunities. Everybody loves to game. It's in our human nature. About 3 billion people in the wide world play video games in their free time. So that's about 40% of the world's population. And given this enormous popularity of gaming, we want to explore how museums can tap into the creativity of game designers and their players to realize their goals and their visions. What would it take for museums to be more appealing, inviting games developers in to explore different forms of collaborations and creativity? That is a question that has been explored in our Games Jam, A World in Motion, which took place just before the session at the Amaze Festival. So games designers from all over the world worked together with the 7 Leibniz research museums to develop a game that connects these institutions. And to start off with, in this next hour, we are going to deep dive in on the Games Jam and find out what people have been up to there before we're going to open up the discussion and explore the questions that I've just introduced in a bit more of a general way. We're also looking forward to your questions and comments, and I will be picking those up from the YouTube comments. Now, though, I would like to warmly welcome the 4 speakers that we have for this session today. And I'd like to begin by welcoming Diana Modaresi Teherani. She is a prehistoric archaeologist with a soft spot for early metal crafts and human history. So her work lives includes researching, collecting, reaching out to new partners and actors that can be involved, as well as finding new strategic approaches to break ground and bring change to the world of museums. And she's already explored many different exciting ways of including games in the museum that she's currently working in. So Diana's current position is that she's managing the science management unit of the German Mining Museum in Bochum. It's great to have you here with us today.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
I would also like to welcome Dominic von Roth, who had completed his academic career with qualifications in cultural management and a doctorate in musicology. And since 2012 has been holding different positions where he's managed different kinds of projects for the German Research Foundation, including a project on collecting musical instruments, the Rück example from 2016 to 2018. And since 2018, at the Germanic National Museum, Nuremberg, coordinating the action plan between the Leibniz Research Museums. Great to have you here today, Dominic.
Thank you very much and welcome.
And I'm very excited to welcome as our international expert to this panel today, Rosanna Lopez, who's really dedicated the last 15 years of her work life to working with kids at the intersection of play, playful learning, and making STEM education accessible. She's worked with young people in Asia, in the Americas, the Caribbean, and the Middle East through organizations such as the UN Cyber School Bus, the United Nations Children's Fund, the Institute of Play, and the Harlem School of the Arts. She's produced different educational programs and content ranging from games, documentaries, to the own curriculum that she developed, not just for the makerspace that she opened in 2013, Sparkle Lab, but also for the school that she designed that really brings all these elements together. So it's great to have you here with us today, Rosanna. And
thank you, happy to be here.
Yeah, it's really great that you can be here. Thank you. And last but not least, I'm also very excited to welcome Anna Dohi, who's been actively developing some of these solutions that we're going to be talking about at the Games Jam the last days. Anna is a digital designer and a game developer at Pixplicity with a background in contemporary dance and art theory. And she's currently researching ways to create the flow of play in the context of video games, theater, exhibition, and dance. And I think this correlation about dance and the dance critic work that Anna was doing prior to this games development work is a very exciting angle. So it's great to have you here with us today.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
And I want to begin by zooming in on you, Anna, and learning how you found the experience of the Games Jam and what your learnings were, what you took away. So first of all, maybe we'll start with, why did you take part in this? Like, what aroused your interest? And did you find museums to be an untypical topic for a jam?
Yes, so as you said, I have this background with curator studies and art, but I'm now working as a game developer, and I always thought that these fields are actually very similar, more similar than people might think.
So when I read about this game jam, the idea of designing games for museums was just so obvious in a good way. Like it's the best idea ever, and I of course have to be part of this. And yeah, I loved it. I loved the game jam. I was very lucky with my team actually, because everyone came with a very open mind and no one tried to force a pre-made concept on the group. So we really had a chance to work on the objects we got from the museums and came up with a solution on the spot. So yeah.
So tell me, what was the process like? What was the kind of pitch that you got from the museums? And then what is it that you decided to work on?
Yes, so at the beginning we started with these idea exercises when we choose interesting objects from the museums and give them to another team member who then worked on an idea, and then we mixed those ideas and mixed them again. So in the end it was like a chaotic mixture of music and art and code and random stuff from the museums, and we really enjoyed it, and we learned a lot, not just about game art, but about the museums. And I think actually that building a game for a museum is a game on its own, and it's a really good one.
Yeah, that's great. Can you just maybe also, for those in the audience that haven't been part of a jam experience like this, just walk us through a little bit, like what kind of data were you provided with? And what was the process like looking at that, finding maybe a team to work with? So a little bit step by step, maybe.
Yeah, so at the beginning, the museums presented us their collection and a few selected objects they thought that maybe we find interesting. But after that, we all started to just explore some of those objects and came up with ideas. We presented those ideas to each other in the whole game jam and formed teams based on those ideas. Everyone could join in an idea or look for partners for something. And what I really liked about this progress is that it wasn't a competition between the groups. It was not a race for something. We could have a look at each other's groups. We can even read each other groups text messages and even listen into their voice chat if we wanted. And this was very, very inspiring. And yeah, it was just cool that this whole game jam worked as a kind of creative hub around these museums. And of course, what was very important that the museum curators themselves could join in these groups, and we could ask questions in the meantime, and they gave us extra information. And if we needed a specific object, for example, our group, we started working with the mining museum, and we needed a lot of mining machines and specific tools you can use for digging. and we also had like crazy questions about what kind of rock exactly we need in the mine, what rock is easy to dig and what is not. And we had actual experts with us, which was like amazing and awesome.
It's great that you already say that, because that would have been one of my next questions, which maybe I'm going to pass on to Dominic before coming back to you. What was that experience like? I'm guessing that it's not every day that you sit together between museum curators, museum managers, and games developers. And did you find you spoke a common language? Was there like a common good vibe, or did you have to like practice speaking together first, Dominic?
That's a good question. Yeah. I loved listening to Anna and hearing her excitement, because the atmosphere we had during these 2 days really was fascinating. And I was so happy to get that, because when we were planning, okay, we will be part of a game jam. I have never done something like that. I have no idea about it. I know what computer games are, of course, by playing them. But we didn't know, will we be able to talk one language? Will there be anybody in the games community be interested in museum? We didn't know. So that was a little bit tense in the first moment. But the open-mindedness that we were confronted with was incredible. Yeah, they all were just interested to get new information and new ideas about whatever. For me, working together with designers, coders, artists, sound designers, to be honest, gamers are not the typical target group of museums, yeah. But to get an idea of their ways of seeing museums for us was so interesting. I think we could learn more from them that they could maybe learn from us. So I think these new perspectives we could get by their created worlds is the best we could ever experience. And I hope this was not only the first and one and only time, but we will do that once again, maybe next year. I loved it, yeah.
That sounds great. And I generally get the air of a lot of enthusiasm in this room. Yes, Anna, you wanted to reply to that, please.
Yeah, just very quickly that I think that one of the common ground we had with the museums as game developers is that actually designing a game and designing an exhibition has a lot of similarities. We have to keep an eye on the same principles. So for example, you cannot put the boss fight right into the entrance, right? So you have to build up tension and the story in the exhibition, and same applies to a game. And also as designers and as curators, we spend a lot of time like polishing these experiences, researching our subject, and we really get involved and very attached to the subject we are working with. But actually, when the visitor comes, when they arrive, the control is not with us anymore, and we just have to step back and let it go, and let the whole thing happen. And maybe the visitor will like start to speedrun or looking for shortcuts, or and you are there as a designer as this is not the way how you should do it or how you should explore this space. But actually they are always right, and maybe the world we create will even surprise us in a good way, hopefully in the end. And I think this kind of excitement about our topics was just a very good connection between the designers or game developers and the museum experts.
You phrased that so beautifully, Anna, and everybody was nodding along. So I think it really resonated with everybody else in this room, this common ground as you described it. Diana, you seem to agree with what Anna was saying is in your role at the museum and the way that maybe you see the connection between these two job places.
Absolutely. And I think what Anna said, the common denominator is letting go. And that's something the museums are just learning, because the traditional way is we, as a research museum, we do the research, we have results, and then we tell you what we found. And of course, that's our perspective, our interpretation. And throughout the last years, museums began to let go a little bit of that traditional way of thinking and interacting with the visitors. And I think that's the same with the gamers. At some point, we have to learn to let the others' perspectives come into the game, be it the game literally or be it the museum and the exhibitions. And I think that's a very, very interesting process. And that's a change process the museums are going through. And that's quite fascinating.
I want to get back to the Games Jam in a minute, but I want to bring you in on this as well, Rosanna, because I think this is a concept that's been really cool to the way that you work and the kind of projects that you've initiated. If you want to share a little bit about that. Wonderful. Anna, yes, please.
Just one last thing. So based on this, what I feel, and based on the Game Jam also, is that museums before tend to present their stories more like a movie or a book. Because when you are reading a book, you engage with the story by empathy, right? So you understand the troubles of the protagonist. We celebrate together or cry together with the protagonist, but we don't have any agency or influence. And I think this is a very, very powerful tool a game can bring to a museum, this kind of agency we can give to the visitor, that you can decide what will gonna happen, and you can form this story. This story is about you, and this sounds very egoistic, but people love stories that if they can be part of the story.
Yeah, absolutely. And just deepening that connection between the environment that you're in and the role that you play in that environment as well. Before we start exploring a little bit how that's being done in the museums that Diana and Dominic are representing and how we can do that in future, I want to learn a little bit about the outcomes of the Game Jam, and especially maybe you can just share first the project that you were working on. What is the Blob? And then maybe some of the highlights of the other games developed.
Yeah, so just let me very briefly explain our thought process, how we started to form this idea, because when we started to think about games and museums, so a lot of institute, and a lot of people, when they start to talk about this subject, they think about games as a kind of technology. And game is in fact not a technology, it's a mindset. It's about how we can reward our visitors by building a flow experience, and how we can make them become motivated to find their own place in the story we present in the museum. And a lot of institute tries to reconnect with young audience by featuring tech they think is cool. But actually these kids, and probably even their parents too, they are eating 3D for breakfast. You cannot beat the games they are playing unless you are hiring a AAA studio, but even then it's just insane. So you cannot do that. But what you can do is looking at games and figure out why they are working and why people spend time with them. And there are a lot of games where you have to memorize a lot of data, and people are willing to invest their time and effort to learn fantastical creatures, mechanics, and random history of fantasy movies because they personally feel motivated. And we were looking for this personal motivation in the Game Jam because actually this kind of magic of game design is quite simple. Because in a game, if you want to teach a piece of information to the player, you don't just tell the information. You give the player a problem they can solve with the help of that piece of information. So what we do is what we did in this Game Jam is when the museums had their presentation at the beginning of the jam, my team just like really fell in love with the big machines from the mining museums because they are like gorgeous and boss fight material. But our problem was that if we present the machines to the player like, look, an interesting machine, they will be like, okay, why do I care? So instead of this, let's say that you are this cute blob who is an alien and just crash landed on Earth and has to find resources and tools in an abandoned mine, but the path is closed. And by the way, there is an interesting looking pile of metal machine in the corner, maybe worth checking it out. So then the player will be like, hopefully, wow, an interesting machine. How does it work? And how can I turn it on? Can I use it to clear the path and find the resources I need? And our concept was that this is the difference game design can make in a museum. So this is the path we took. And then, of course, it wasn't perfect and the engine crashed and everything, but this is just part of the game jam experience. But yeah, this was our project.
Beautiful. And maybe someone can, and if not now, I'm sure we can do it in a bit, then put in the link to the site where all the games are already there and can be looked at, to the chat, so people who are watching the session can also check out the Blob and the other games created in the last days. All right, so coming back to what you said earlier, Dominic, this incredible exchange of perspective and learning new things about your own job by seeing it through somebody else's eyes. Do you want to share maybe one of the insights that you got over the last days through the Games Jam? If there's a concrete example of what you said earlier that you can share.
Maybe I could do that by another example, a game we all like very much. It's the Museum Monsters, yeah, by Horatio and his team. The idea is that you can create a collage and assemble certain pieces from museum objects, be it a head, arm or just a bunny or whatever, or sword, and you can match them to new figures. Sounds very simple, is very funny, but the actual idea of the game is the point that Anna just mentioned, to make museum more individual and more personal. The idea, and he can't do that in 2 days, is that you walk through the museum and you just film it with your mobile phone, just any object, and your phone says, oh, here you can take the arm by this figure and collect it. Then you go to the next image, for example, and you take the head of it, and then you have your own museum experience. What he didn't get to realize is that you can get all the source information about these historical artifacts. That was very important for him, but in the short time, it wasn't possible to do that. And that's exactly a way we want to do by creating a new media guide, for example, guided tours that are more personal. For example, having a bot in your guide that asks you questions about the way you just took. Oh, seems to be you are interested in gold pottery or whatever, maybe take that way, or having augmented reality ideas that gives you an idea of, hey, you just were watching at that spot in the image. Maybe you want to know more about this or that. That is more playful media than a game itself. But I think the combination of these two worlds to make the physical world of the museum accessible through digital ideas is what we are aiming at, and that is what we are focusing on here in the museum, for example.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, that sounds like a really great example of what's going on the last days. I'm going to pick up one question that came in from the chat before moving on to the next stage of the conversation. So Anna, Luca wanted to know how much time the game designers had to get to know the collection from the 7 museums before you started developing your projects.
Well, we had the chance to look for the collections or search them online before the game jam, but we actually developed these ideas within the time frame of the jam. So we focused on what the museums had to say to us and what they thought is interesting. So at least my group, I'm not sure about the others, but my group really focused on the collections during the 3 days of the game jam.
So super impressive, really. Sorry, Dominic?
They are all quick learners. Yeah.
They very much are all quick learners.
We had very good teachers.
Good transition. How a quick learner is the museum world going to be? So I know that you're both, you and Diana, experimenting with different digital formats in your museums, and I want you to share a little bit of those now. And Dominic, as far as I know, there's a lot of, say, digital service on offer that the Germanic National Museum provides, including digital storytelling, 3D object viewing, videos that are especially designed for kids, but not really any gaming approaches yet. Is this going to change after this jam? Like, what are you going to take back home?
Necessarily, we have to, yes. If we will offer games, maybe we need just another or 2 years. Because as I tried to describe before, first step, we will go that way of playful media and gamification. That means we are trying to provide accesses that are more playful instead of completely ready games. Yeah, that's another idea. We are creating right now, together with all the Leibniz Research Museum, a game that will be our first game as an application you can play on your mobile device. We will check out how people will accept that. We have no idea yet, yeah, but it will be interesting. We already tried out, I think, within a special exhibition, 2 games. One was, for example, a digital Luther memory with Luther portraits from more than over, I think, 30 years that looked very, very similar. And it worked just like a normal memory, but people had problems to solve it. And they realized, oh, they are very, very similar, all these images, but they are more than 30 years in production in between. Maybe there's a mistake in this, yeah, because they are all the same. Yeah, how could that be? So we had this experience, and people loved to do that, and they would love to do it on their phones, for example, and not only in the exhibition. So we know they like to do it, but we don't have it yet. What we have is things that we offer digital tours, online tours, for example, where we use 360-degree panoramas and we walk through these panoramas of the actual exhibitions. And we can compare that with 3D models with high resolution images. And these are things without pandemic will work as well, because it's an experience you cannot make in the real museum. And that's the important point. Yeah. If you have just a transformation from museum to the digital world, but actually there is nothing else, it's not really interesting for us. Yeah. It always has to be something beyond that is not to make as an experience in the real world. And that's where we are heading to.
Oh, interesting. I'll be interested to hear the other thoughts on that concept in a minute, because basically we're sort of defining different areas of collaboration now. The integration of digital components in your physical exhibitions, the representation of what is in the museum in different digital ways, and then creating something new in between. Diana, I know that you do definitely the first two, as maybe also the third, and I don't know about it yet. So the German Mining Museum Bochum offers apps, playful learning apps. You have different sort of digital learning paths that you offer. How are those kind of services? So starting with the online representation of knowledge that you have maybe in a physical way in your museum, how are those kind of offers being taken up? What are the target groups you're servicing with that?
Yeah, it's quite, we have several approaches with digital media, and some are were made in the mindset to engage people, but not necessarily with the mindset of games. So there's already a difference within our museum of all the digital approaches we do have. For example, one approach we did within the new exhibition is that we, close to an installation of a furnace, of an iron making device, so to speak, a big iron furnace. We had a projection, or we have a projection on the floor, where if you walk over, you see a grassy surface. And if you walk over this grassy surface, you can excavate this furnace. You will see the photographs of the excavation. You can walk through this small part, obviously, of the excavation. And this is a tiny approach with some playfulness in this, because of course the children tend to jump on it and then discover this corner and that corner of the excavation and so on. But that was rather the still with a researcher mindset. So how does archaeological work work? So how does an excavation work? And then on the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum, so to speak, within our museum, we have this huge game within the exhibition on a 180-degree screen. And you have several pods where you can play a geo-resources game. So what does it mean? You engage as a player, and then you will be asked several questions to your habits concerning your smartphone or your mobile phone. And then according to your answers, you will be challenged with on the one hand, fulfilling your desire of getting a new or used or whatever you decided smartphone, and on the other hand, being confronted with the results for the Earth. So you need all of those resources, and you build your phone with them, and then you kind of destroy some part of the world. And you, of course, you can renature all this, but you have to work. And if you go on in the levels, it gets quite hectic. especially if you choose, I want to have a new smartphone every year or every 2 years, which quite a lot of people do, actually. And then they experience the stress in saving the earth while still being able to get their smartphone, their new smartphone every year. And so this is a very engaging, and it's a game experience. And we have very good experience, very good results with this installation. And there's, of course, that's a very current topic as well. So
this is a question I was going to ask you later, but thank you, because now you've outlined the, the online representation of the knowledge in the museum, but also how you're bringing these digital elements to the museum. It's a 26-meter wide, 180-degree screen, so it's a big thing. Like, you basically have a new centerpiece in your museum. How did that change the nature and character of the museum itself?
Well, actually not that much, I have to admit, because most of the visitors, they visit us because of our visitors' mine. That's what they want to experience. We have a visitors' mine, and you can go underground. We have 2.1 kilometers of underground mine, and you can visit that, and you can experience the big machines Anna was talking about. You can see them, you can hear them, you can in part, of course not very realistic, but in part smell them as well. So you have all those on-site haptic experiences. And this is the big thing every visitor wants to see. So even though this is a huge screen and the game is very engaging, and the children and even the grown-ups that who play it, they we get a very good feedback. But the one pull factor is our underground mine, and there we are no digital, nothing. There's no digital approach yet. We are working on integrating something, but that's so you have this very very huge gap between those two experiences, and this is something we are looking at the moment, and we want to engage with the visitors with respect to what do they want with regard to on-site digital experiences. But we also have another approach, but I don't want to do a monologue now, so maybe we can go on, but I can,
yeah, maybe you can bring it in a minute, because now we can explore perhaps a little bit the potential of future collaborations. Rosanna, I would love to learn from you, having listened to these different ways that digital technologies, gaming elements, let's say, are being incorporated into the two museums that Dominic and Diana are representing. It seems like the opportunities are endless, right? Like, just limited perhaps by creativity, in particular with all the new sort of emerging technologies coming up, AR, VR, and the feeling that we're just sort of on the beginning of this journey. Can you sketch out a little bit where you would see the collaboration potential between these universes?
Well, I think that museums and games have a lot of things that overlap. And there's a lot of overlap in what they do and what they do well. And one area is definitely storytelling. I myself love natural history museums, and I love the planetarium and learning about the story of our planet and its origin, or the evolution of the natural world, or our history as individuals and as a species. And I think games tell stories too, of civilizations, of heroes. And so I think in storytelling, no matter of what kind of form that can take, museums and the game community can do that together. I also think a lot of museums as institutions that preserve historical records. And some games do this as well. Like, one of my favorite games is Final Fantasy. And in Final Fantasy, you have this data log feature where you have the history of the fantasy world. You have the flora and fauna and their respective ecosystems. And in games, just like what Anna said earlier, people want to know about these things, right? So the question is, how can we harness data, information, historical records that museums have, and make them enticing and make them an actionable resource for people to use? I think also that games can help us empathize as you take on the roles of different characters, and by assuming different identities, come to understand different points of view. I think that historical museums can use this to their advantage, so people can come to get to know each other better, respect the respective histories, and provide opportunities in museums where strangers can become friends. And finally, I think it's also about building community. When you go to community-based museums and family-based museums, it's actually really wonderful, right? Because people, children can create art and leave them on the walls. They're very focused on the people and the communities they serve. But when you look at games, games have vast communities with hundreds of thousands of members, right? And games can bring people together at a much larger scale. So it would be interesting to see how museums and the game community can build these communities together.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you have any like ideas and advice on if it's like outside of a action plan, like we're in the context for now today, or a jam, like how can these kind of connections be fostered? Where can these communities meet to sort of open the door for these kind of dialogues?
That's a great question. I guess I'll have to think about that a bit more, but just off the top of my head, game jams like the one that you had, I think is a completely brilliant idea. I always think of innovation happening when you have people who do completely different things and who come from very different disciplines, right? So having cultural institutions invite artists and makers and thinkers and game designers and animators is such a great way, because that's in that mix, that's where the creativity resides.
Yeah, I love the idea of seeing where these different words can sort of connect outside of just the event world, but I do agree that that's a really important tool to bring them together first. Diana, I was just going to call on you next, so perfect. How are you trying to bring these worlds together?
Great timing. Yeah, well, I think that we should really think about joining forces, and I'm especially thinking about the formal and the informal learning spaces. So about school, and for example, spaces like museums, because if we don't join forces, we will never get rid of some biases that are there, especially for pupils. Like, not for all of them, of course, but for many, at least in my experience, history is boring. Why is it boring? Because it is different worlds. It is a lot of different characters, and we can see this in movies. Movies are engaging, even if they have a historic background, and they are immersive as well, because you tend to go with your mind, you go into this world, be it historic or fantasy. There's no difference, I think. And we have to find this little key to turn where we can join with museums and formal learning spaces like schools and develop it from there. I think that would be a nice way to go for now.
Absolutely. Sorry, I just many thoughts came to my mind as you were speaking of that. Roseanne and I are part of a network of many people who have so-called maker spaces as sort of informal meets formal learning spaces, and some of those are being now integrated into, or like the school that Roseanne is building up in school and educational concepts. We're also very excited to think of them in museum context to create some more of these kind of connections. Dominic, before before we run out of time, although we're going to give ourselves a couple of minutes longer since we started a bit later, I hope that's okay with everybody. We're here in the context of the action plan of the Leibniz Research Museums, and I thought it would be good to maybe see what could be the connecting points between some of the goals of this action plan and the topics that we're speaking of here today. So if we're going to dig a bit deeper on that, could you perhaps summarize some of the goals of the action plan for us? I believe that like one of the key sort of connecting elements is that this is an idea that Jane McGonigal put forth: games can create behavioral change, and that is also one of the aims of the action plan. So yeah, could you elaborate a little bit?
Yes, I'd like to. I will try to outline it with about, I think, 3 main points, or maybe first we have one goal in common, that is like like a frame for everything, and that is our goal to improve the knowledge transfer and far beyond research communities and also beyond the museum visitors that we already have. Yeah, that's just the point we already talked about, and informal learning spaces and going beyond museums. But within that frame, we have some points that are very important for us. They sound very general, but actually they are quite special. First, we want to strengthen the ability to appreciate, or maybe better, to value cultural diversity as a part of our everyday lives. And in the second point, our goal is that we want to strengthen the ability to reflect personal living of everybody, of us, yes, as a part of a cultural and natural context. And you, as you just said, Geraldine, as your behavior or your personal action and the effects it has on our context. Yeah. So strengthen this reflection. That brings us to our main topic of the action plan, that is called A World in Motion. Diversity, be it natural or be it biodiversity, is nothing you can learn by heart. It is in motion. It changes all the time. That's why reflection on it and on ourselves and our effects is so important. What brings me to a third and last point that we call multi-perspectivity. What does that mean? We are 8 different museums, and we can provide on different important topics, like, for example, the global heating, perspective from a national history museum, from a maritime museum, or from the mining museum, or from the perspective of cultural history. That gives the people the idea, okay, there's not only one way to see things, one perspective, but it depends on how you look on it. And that is what we want to give to the people. And I think that already sounds like a setup for multiplayer games. And that's the main idea of our goals of the action plan of the Leibniz Research Museums.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for summarizing those goals. And we have already elaborated a little bit on the topic of how games can help us create empathy, see things through different perspectives. But perhaps Anna and Rosanna, now that you've listened to these concrete goals of the action plan of the Leibniz Museum, is there something else that you would sort of pinpoint of how these goals can be achieved through gaming?
Yes, so I think what's very important is what Diana said, that people find fantasy history interesting and real history boring for some reason. But the reason is that in the fantasy history, they can solve the puzzles themselves. And people love solving puzzles. We love recognizing patterns. We are just work like this as humans. There is this famous example when, people think like, the sun came up yesterday, so the sun came up today. I bet the sun will come up tomorrow. And when it does, we just feel super proud of ourselves and we want to solve the next puzzle too. And when we go to a museum, a lot of times what I experience is that the researchers are very excited about the results. Of course they are, because they are the one who solved the puzzle. They are proud of themselves. But the visitor is just presented a bunch of already solved puzzles. Like, there is no fun in that. You have to give a chance to the visitor to solve the puzzles themselves. And I think this is the key, the missing key, and the difference between how museums work and how games works, and how you can bring the two things together.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, sort of the correlation, where's the game integrated in the museum, or where is the museum integrated into the game?
Yeah.
Rosanna, do you have any other points to add, like how you sorry, and no, sorry, how you see these action plan goals realized through harnessing the power of games?
Yeah, it's trying to think about it. I mean, on one level, you can gamify museum experiences, and I think Dominic talked about this earlier, right? And it can be so that would lend itself to a more, I guess, structured kind of and guided experience, and maybe have a narrative, right, that you go through with the entire museum. But you can also architect these experiences of play. And it could be through installations, it could be through happenings. And when you think of play, it's a little bit more emergent. It doesn't have a goal in mind, and it's a little bit more free. I think there's a lot of ways you could use virtual reality, you could use augmented reality, even geotagged games would be amazing. If people could go from museum to museum, and with their GPS locations collect different things that would somehow contribute to this narrative, right, to this story. But there also is value in simplicity, I think, and having something as simple as a room full of prisms and water and sand to have kids play, or even adults too, to learn about the natural world. I loved what you were saying earlier about having this 180-degree screen, but ultimately it was going 2.1 kilometers down and touching the real world, right? That really lent to the visitor experience. And so I think innovation can happen both ways, technology driven, but also in understanding the importance and the power of the simple.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just going to invite our audience. If there are any more audience questions, then please post them into the YouTube chat now. And over to you, Diana.
Thanks. Yeah, one thing I would like to emphasize, because I think it's very, very important, is that all that what we have done throughout this game jam and the connections we forged with the gamers and all the ideas we discussed today, they are only possible because of this action plan, because normally there's not much resource, and this meaning especially money, to have those experimental approaches, to do something different and sometimes even fail. Yeah, there is not much space in the general funding of museums to do that. Of course, we do it a little here and a little there. You can see it throughout all the museums. But overall, we would need some specific designed resources to tackle these challenges we just described in our talk. And I think that's very, very important. And now we got the chance, and I think we used it rather well, at least from my perspective.
Excellent. I'm going to ask for a closing round in a minute. I've just looked quickly into the YouTube chat, but I can't see any more questions coming in. So before we start on a closing round, I just want to pick up on something you just said, Rosanna, because I think it's just an important concept and terminology that you introduced, the difference between play and game, and also based on your experience working with children, but different target groups, how important it is to offer both in educational contexts. Perhaps the difference also between, as you just briefly described, being directional and being result oriented, or just being open and playful. Do you sometimes wish we would concentrate a bit more on opening up the world of play rather than on gaming itself? Or how would you value both also in the context of our conversation here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think games are one of the ways that we play. It's not the only way that we play. When I think of play in museums, it could definitely be through these gamified experiences, but they could also be simply through experimentation, right? Through discovery, through tearing things apart and then putting them back together again in unique and compelling ways. I think that museums actually provide those affordances, right? They can provide opportunities for play in so many ways. And it could be playing with simple machines, it could be playing with Legos, but it could also be playing with concepts and ideas and models. So yes, I'm definitely a supporter of both play and games.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I kind of felt it was an important addition to the conversation we're having here. I'll pick up one final question from the YouTube chat, which is, might VR, which we also just mentioned in this conversation so far, be the bridge between real life exhibitions and adding puzzles, as Anna described it? Maybe over to you, Anna. Do you see that as being like a technology as a future bridge?
I think VR is a very interesting technology, but not just VR, but the metaverse in general. That is also something I think will be a big boom in the coming years. But what I think is the most important is not focusing on the technology, but focusing on game design, because you can use any kind of technology, but if your game design is not right, then it will be just interesting for a short period of time and it will be outdated very soon. But yeah, VR is cool. It's a very good tool.
And the resources, investment, sustainability of the products we create also, of course, something important to keep in mind. The longevity of things and perhaps the correlation of very fleeting technologies we're creating in the digital world, a very core idea of having very long-lasting preservation of knowledge in museums. So another interesting thought maybe to have resonate on. So let's start with a closing round. And I'd like to begin with you by asking, what is it you're going to sort of take away from this experience? Is this something you'd like to keep working on? And where would you like to keep exploring this topic?
Yeah, so I think my main takeaway is that playing is the most natural way of learning. And this is how we explore this world when we are children. And let's not stop that just because we grew up. And also, that's just a personal takeaway for me, is that it's very, very exciting to see how the people who work in a museum can collect knowledge. And it's just, for me, a reminder that don't forget to reach out to them, because they are the one who knows about stuff. And they are probably much more reliable than searching on Google.
Very good. Thank you so much for your fantastic contributions and the really exciting work that you did during the Games Jam. Rosanna, I would love a little sort of future prognosis perhaps from you, how you would like to see this field develop, and maybe also is there something you want to plug or share from your work that you'd like people to check out if they haven't yet looked at all the fantastic things you do?
Yeah, you know, when I think about museums and I think about my school, they're both educational institutions, right? And I think that by employing play and employing games in our respective institutions, it makes them friendlier, more accessible, not like elite institutions that tire and bore people, right? But as something that's actually engaging. And I think play and games in schools and museums can change mindsets about both institutions and attitudes towards them, right? So it would be interesting to see also whether the public and communities around museums and schools can, in a very participatory way, contribute to what's being created. And so if you want to check out some of the work that we're doing here in the Philippines, you can check out Sparkle Lab online or the Discovery Academy of Innovation.
Thank you so much. I hope to be able to revisit both soon, physically, not just digitally. So Dominic and Diana, I would like to invite you to close with sort of from the perspective
I hope so too.
of the Leibniz Research Museums. What are your core takeaways from this conversation and from the Games Jam? And what are the things that you would like our audience to watch out for in terms of exciting things happening next? Dominic, would you like to start?
What I will take away is definitely what the others just already said, is to provide museums with more space for creativity and for fantasy, and to make the narration we already have on the walls, but also on the screens, to make them more as a maybe sometimes physical experience or just a spiritual experience, and to keep us all open-minded, and to make the funding of the action plan a sustainable thing, because otherwise we won't get further. Yeah, but thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Diana, your closing words for takeaways and things to look out for in future.
Well, my takeaway is, I expected it actually, but I'm still flashed always if I meet different people with different perspectives, different backgrounds, and I find it very enriching to listen to the talks, to talk with different people, especially with regard to now what we did with the Game Jam. And I think we should keep that up and also strengthen those connections. And the other thing I think is that we have to tackle a challenge. From all what we talked about today, there's also a challenge to bridge that gap between the researcher within the research museum doing his or her work and then coming to results and being excited and also engaged, wanting to present them, And the visitors, be it children or grown-ups or whoever actually, who want also to be engaged and to discover something for themselves. And I think that's also a bridge we have to keep in mind, and we should actually bridge the address in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think personally, and I hope our audience agrees, many thought-provoking ideas shared, many thoughts shared that can be elaborated on in future conversations. And I'd like to thank the four of you for bringing all those to this panel and for being so open and playful with these topics. And I would also like to thank the Leibniz Association and the Amaze Festival for making all this possible, for making the Games Jam possible and this talk possible today. I hope you all have a fantastic afternoon or evening, depending on where you're tuning in from, and looking forward to seeing you and continuing this conversation soon.
That is everything. Yeah, great. Club, which is here at the Open Spree on Saturday, where we're going to have an open stage and some pizza, and it's going to be chilled with distance. So if you're free on Saturday and you feel like coming down to Open Spree in Berlin, then please feel welcome. The next program, we have a cooking segment, and it's with Celine Veldman and Delphine Fourneau, and they're going to be cooking boerenkool, which is a traditional Netherlands food dish. Thank you, Delphine.
I think so. Hello, this is Celine Veldman. We're gonna cook boerenkool today. I'm joined by Delphine Fourneau.
Hi.
From Montreal.
Yes, I'm in Montreal and it's the morning here, but I'm super happy to be with Celine today.
Yeah, we're gonna cook some really nice boerenkool, which is a very traditional stamppot, which is also like a general dish in the Netherlands. This is what it looks like in the Netherlands, but we all know it as kale. And this is just cut into pieces as it comes in the Netherlands. Yeah, I'm very excited. Here it's like 3 o'clock, 3:30. So it's a good time to make some boerenkool. I can eat it any time of the day, actually.
So you're making a different version, right? It's not the very, very traditional one. It's
yeah. So usually stamppot or boerenkool is eaten with meat, obviously. Well, not obviously, but traditionally in the Netherlands. But we're gonna make a vegan version, which is extra nice. I think you don't even miss the sauce and the gravy, because my version of that is way better. So for that, we're gonna have to marinate some tempeh. It's very optional too, but we're gonna make it seem a bit like bacon, a bit smoky and stuff, as an add-on. So yeah, I'm just gonna dive right into that, and we can chat a bit in the meantime. Gonna tell you how I'm gonna proceed from there. So we're gonna make it nice bacon sliced, and then we're gonna put it on top. So stamppot is like a general name for dishes in the Netherlands. that's like potatoes and any vegetable.
Okay.
So there's different kind of stamppot. This one is specifically with kale, which is boerenkool, and the dish is also called boerenkool. So if you would literally translate it, it's just gonna be like kale, also the dish kale. But you have different kinds of stamppot. You have zuurkool, which is with sauerkraut, for the German ones amongst us. We do use that too with potatoes, and it's really delicious. I think it's on my second favorite. We even we eat it usually during the winter because it's a very hearty dish, and the kale only grows. Well, it doesn't only grow in winter, but they say after the first frost, the sugars come out and the boerenkool is at its nicest.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's eaten widely. Everyone knows it in the Netherlands, and I would say it's very delicious. Everyone should eat this.
And it's super healthy, right?
Sorry?
It's also super healthy.
Yeah, so kale is everywhere else considered a superfood, and we've just been eating it the whole time, just normally with boerenkool. But yeah, there's a lot of protein and a lot of vitamins in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, yeah, it's a great dish to eat. I usually eat it when it's winter. I eat it like once every week at least, or maybe zuurkool.
Oh wow!
And it's super easy. So I think you can finish it in like half an hour if you're managing it well. I'm now adding like smoked paprika for like a smoky flavor. There we go.
And is it okay to like cook a lot of it and then keep it in the fridge for several days, or do you have to eat it?
Yeah. Usually you get like really full. So if you make a lot, you don't need that much. So you always have some left. Sometimes I make like pancakes with it. I add some egg and then fry it in a pan. Not so vegan, but you can just reheat it even. I wouldn't do that today, maybe. So there's our smoked paprika. We need something sweet. They say maple syrup is the best, but I'm like a funky cook. I'm just gonna add some like.
We have good maple syrup here.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine. Damn, you know, I have a very average like agave. I don't know what's it in English, but it's yeah, plant-based. Looks like that. Just a bit sweet, maybe a bit more. All right. Some salt, obviously, and some soy sauce. This is my soy sauce. I don't know. It's a nice one. So I don't have very exact measurements because I usually cook in like a very random to taste way. But I think you can figure it out like to flavor. Oh, there's some pepper automatically. All right. Some salt. And I think I'm gonna add a bit of oil and water to make a good mix, because like paprika and so it's hard to mix. So I have some vegetable oil here.
So how long is it gonna be marinating?
Oh yeah, that's a good point, because actually they want you to marinate it like an hour in advance. I'm very lazy. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna mix it, work on other things, and then at some point I'm just gonna bake it.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to do it properly, I suppose like an hour is what you want.
Yeah.
So when I bake this, it's gonna look really black and like I burn it because of the soy sauce, but it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna eat it totally. So zuurkool with the sauerkraut is really nice, but you also have one which is called hete bliksem, which is literally translated to hot lightning. and it's with apples and I think onions and of course potatoes and I think carrots. I'm not an expert on that one because it's very peculiar. But it's called hot lightning because the apples they have a lot of moisture and they keep the heat really well. So if you eat it, you usually burn your tongue. And then you have one that's called hotspot, which is with onion and carrot and potatoes or like whatever you like. So you can make your own hotspot if you want.
Wow.
Just add some random vegetable and potatoes. Put a bit of milk at the end. So mixing this really well. I would say maybe a bit more paprika. Just for fun. It can be spicy paprika, but
just a pinch.
Just yeah, it was a nice big pinch, but you know, we'll see. All right. I'm just gonna put this away, and then we're gonna start on the star of the show, which is boerenkool.
Yeah.
And very easy. So I have my pan. Gonna open it.
It's better open. Yeah.
Don't forget to open your pan. So I have here like 650 grams of potato, together with like 300 grams of kale. I like it more kale-y. Some people like it more potato-y. Do whatever you want. No one cares. I'm just gonna add the small ones. Yeah, and then the large ones I'm gonna cut a bit.
Yeah.
Just to make it cook evenly. Then we're gonna add water. So I do it the traditional way. This one is 600 grams of potatoes to 300 grams of kale. But if I would be alone, I would do maybe half potatoes. That's maybe a bit extreme, but you know, I like my kale. And this, I have my potatoes with skin. Usually you have to peel it. And they are a bit peeled, but that's because they're fresh from the ground. And I had to wash them. So they're a bit like, yeah.
Yeah.
A bit like that. So that seems nice. We're gonna add a lot of water. There we go.
So you're
maybe a bit more.
Yeah, okay. Do you have to cover the potatoes with the water? Or
yeah, we're gonna throw the water away once it's cooked.
Okay.
We're gonna turn it on. Add some salt. I have some big pieces of salt.
Wow.
I also I'm sorry. This is gonna happen maybe a lot. So yeah, make it nice and salt. And then we're just gonna put the cut boerenkool. If you have kale, cut it and wash it. First wash it, then cut it, because it's gonna be a bit difficult otherwise. Just gonna take the bag, just throw it on top.
Very
nice.
convenient.
Oh,
but then,
bit.
if you can't find the boerenkool, you have to buy your own kale and cut it, right?
Yeah, you can even use colivonera, which is like a thick kind of kale, and maybe even like another type of cabbage, because yeah, you can use cabbage too. It's gonna be you have to adjust it a bit, but so this is a lot. Maybe I'm gonna add, when it's cooking, it's gonna like shrink, and maybe I'll add the other half, because I have 2 bags later, because I need it to shrink a bit. So that's all, and now it's just like a waiting game, basically.
Nice. Your fire is like medium to low, I guess?
Yeah, I would say medium high. Yeah, the medium high. I'm just gonna wait for it to cook and then maybe adjust the fire to medium heat. And it should just bubble. And then I think in 20-30 minutes, the kale is gonna be like properly cooked in a potato stew.
Okay.
And we're gonna throw away the water and yeah, add some milk and other ingredients. I don't want to spoil it, so. So another thing which is important is this, which is used to mash. Yeah, everyone has it in the Netherlands, but I realized that people might not have it in other countries. But you have to use something to smash it. So use a fork if you want to take forever. But yeah, I would advise to get this, and then yeah, we're gonna use that afterward. I'm gonna show you the goods. I have very good memories of boerenkool. Everyone eats it here, obviously, like I said. And in my youth, we would eat it a lot too. And there's like a special way you can eat it, because my dad always let me play with my food when it was boerenkool, because you can plate it very nicely, like top it. I would make a little village. We're gonna do that after. And traditionally, so there's sausage, like pieces of bacon, gravy, which you have to make a hole for and pour it in. So we're gonna make some vegan gravy for that. And then some toppings, usually something sour, like pickles and mustard. That's the traditional OG boerenkool. So yeah, this is cooking. We now have a lot of time to kill.
I think it's cool that you said that was something you loved as a child, because usually when as a child, you know, when you see something green in your plate, it's like, ugh, I don't want that.
Yeah, definitely.
Making the dish playful is a good thing.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of why I liked it so much. Zurenkool, like the sauerkraut one, I didn't like too much when I was young. Now I think it's like a really good dish, but it's just really like has a lot of flavor. It has a lot of like pizzazz. So yeah, I would like boerenkool and then top it with random stuff, and it's very. I think like anyone would eat this. It's so accessible in terms of flavor. It's not extreme at all. I think it's also very traditional for Dutch people to not put in any herbs. So yeah, that's a lot with Dutch dishes.
And I think it's very cool that you could make a vegetarian version of a traditional dish. Like usually it's not easy to remove the meat from this kind of food.
Yeah, that's true. But a lot of people have done it, and it's just like the gravy, but you can easily make like a vegan gravy. We're gonna make a roux. Normally you don't do that, I think, for a gravy, because of the gelatin. Gelatin in the meat, or the bones. But here it's quite necessary. You want it a bit thick. And we're also gonna add some soy sauce, because to add some like color to it, because it can be very white if it's just like vegan. But yeah, and to add some protein, there's already a lot of protein in kale itself. But I have some nuts that we're gonna roast, and the tempeh, of course. So I love protein myself. Like I don't know why, but I like vegetables and protein naturally.
I mean,
so
when you're vegetarian, it's something you care about, like to balance your food and the nutrients. So that's very nice to have this kind of dish.
Absolutely. You have to say especially when you're vegan, you have to take good care of your, like what your intake is, and what kind of vitamins and proteins and stuff you're getting. But a misconception is that if you only eat like vegetables, there's not a lot of protein in it, but there is, and especially in the kale. So it's a nice like meal for any vegan one. Yeah, all my vegan friends eat it too. I'm kind of flexible myself. I usually cook a lot of vegan, but for example, my parents, they tend to have a difficult time staying, like, thinking of a dish that's vegan. So I'm giving them some slack a bit. Are you vegan?
I'm vegetarian, but
right. Oh yeah, the cheese.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Yeah. I'm lucky that I don't really like cheese, even from the Netherlands. So almost naturally vegan.
That's something I kind of miss here because
yeah,
it's mostly cheddar here, and I don't really like the cheddar. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, at least we have some Gouda, and we have some French cheeses too.
Yeah.
We're very proud of our cheese, the Gouda cheese. I don't care too much for it, but don't tell anyone. It's just very salty and it has strong flavor. But yeah.
Is there any other dish that you like to cook?
Oh, the traditional Dutch ones?
I don't know. Like
well, I'm getting into like Indian dishes right now, and cooking more Asian again because I don't know. I wanted to eat more healthy, I suppose. But dal is very easy and very like vegan, so and very easy too. So I used to cook that quite often now. And for traditional one, it's very seasonal. So you have like asparagus.
Yeah.
And you use that with hollandaise sauce and ham. Just leave out ham, do something else, and with egg. Also leave out the egg. Just you can do anything with it. I think you just have to make a nice sauce. But that one is more hard to translate to something vegan, I think. And yeah, we have anchovies. Chicory. No, it's chicory. We have a chicory dish that's usually also with ham. So you have the chicory, you have to cook or steam it, make sure the water is out, and then roll it in ham, and then you have like a cheese sauce that you pour on top. So you put it in like a baking tray.
We do the
cheese
same
sauce on top. Yeah.
We do the same with the North of France.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's really nice. I liked it a lot, but it's very hard to make it non vegetarian or non meat.
Because without the ham here
it's
just chicory in the oven.
Yeah, exactly. Then it becomes a bit bland.
Yeah.
But you can do other things with chicory. It's just very traditionally Dutch. And then there's like all the different stamppot in the winter. And we have bitterballen, which is like a roux, like a ragout, but I think rolled in like, what is it? Not panko, but breadcrumbs, and then fried. We like to fry things in the Netherlands. I like it. It's called croquettes. It's quite delicious, but yeah, it's not very healthy because it's fried, and usually there's meat in it too. And then you have pancakes, which is everywhere in the world, but we have poffertjes, which is like tiny pancakes. I even have like a special pan for it.
Oh,
do you know
like the very tiny rounded ones.
Yeah, it's really delicious.
Yeah.
There it goes. Oh, it looks nice.
Wow.
So we're gonna turn down the heat. Just a second, maybe add some more boerenkool because now I can. All right. It's looking nice. It's very green here when I look at it.
Looks green.
Yeah, it looks extremely green.
So you had the second pack, right?
Yeah, because I hoped it like is a bit smaller, but it's not. But we're gonna make a pal like that, and then we're gonna put the lid on top. Let's see. Yeah, all right, that fits. So yeah, then that should cook too. I think it's already like going very well. It might be done in like 15 minutes or so.
Okay, nice. Do you want to talk a little about what you're working on at the moment during that time?
Yeah, I would love to. Just gonna grab a bit of water. And yeah, because I'm currently working mostly on Seminan 2, which is with a friend of mine, Timon, and I'm doing all the artwork and a bit of design. It's very like, he's a good friend, so we're just like going back and forth. But he made Seminan the first before, and it worked really well gameplay-wise. And he just thought like it could have an update on the art, so he's like, Celine, do you want to do the art? And I was like, hell yeah. I would love to. So that's it used to be like the first Seminan is pixel art. But for the second one, I wanted something like a bit more, it felt a bit traditional, like wax crayons or like very like
nice
pencils. So I took a very long time to come up with a good art style, and at some point I figured something out, so I'm very happy with that. And since then I've just been making assets, and the UI has been such a pain in the ass, but I made it. It's done.
That's something you like to do, right? Mixing traditional and digital art.
Yeah, I used to. So I tend to work with a group of people. They're all my friends. And I think I'm the most traditional painter of them all. I like to use watercolors and pencils, and I like to buy it too. Like, sometimes I randomly buy stuff just to try it out. But in this case, I started working on Seminan just as I got my iPad. So it's only done by iPad. It's just like I wanted the style to resemble a bit of traditional stuff. And I think I kind of did it. I don't want to, but I'm happy that it's a bit charming and it's very colorful. Like I like to add a lot of color stuff in small places. So it's not going to be only blue. It's going to be like pink, purple, and green, and so yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it, but it's a lot of work. And Simon is going to do the programming and most of the design and stuff, but the design's already pretty much there. We just have to make it now.
Is it do you already shared some stuff, or do we have to wait a little more to?
No, I already well, on Twitter you can see like some sneak peek of what it is going to look like. One image I made when I had the textures kind of like in place and some assets made, like some trees. So you can see a little village there, and in game it's now we have like generated islands and stuff. Maybe I should tell what the game is about, by the way, because it's like a godlike card game. So you have like a handful of cards, and then you like shape the world, and you have a civilization, and the goal can be different, but usually you want them to go into space, make a rocket. But it's really hard. Like I'm really bad at Simulant 1. I never made it to the rocket part. So yeah, but yeah, it's funny. I check the wiki very often to see like what's in there again. What should I make now? But yeah, that has been very useful.
But you have a place where you can work together, I think.
Yeah, so I think one of the great things what we did. So I studied at the HKU in the Netherlands. I studied game art there. It was a cool place, but I thought the people were nicer. So there was a selected group of people that I really like. They're really cool people.
They are.
And then yeah, you know them all too well.
Yeah.
They're very fun and very creative, and a bit strange, but I love that. but yeah, I'm saying that, and when it comes from me, it's a bit weird. But right in the last year, we had to do like an entire project by ourselves, and we somehow, Lisa, my good friend, and I managed to get a space for all of us, and we worked together on our own stuff in there, and that was for like half a year, and we liked that so much that we decided to do that after we finished our graduation. So after our graduation, we went looking, well, all the credit goes to Simon and Lisa because they managed this. And they found a co-working space, or at least a space that we turned into a co-working space, which was like a building that was going to be destroyed, but we could be there for like a year. And it worked great. Like it was a bit of like hassle how we're gonna do that, how we're gonna like manage the rent and who's gonna pay what. But now we have a good system, and it was kind of like figuring out.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really cool, and it has been, I think, 4 years after we finished our graduation. And from there, at some point, the building was going to be destroyed. So we moved to the Stadstein, but it was a bit like, it was very tiny, and we were like very close to each other, and it wasn't that comfortable.
Yeah, and also expensive now.
Yeah, it was a bit expensive for what well, I don't want to say any bad things, but it was just not our place. It didn't fit for us. I think it was a bit not corporate, but business-like, very business-like mind, and we just wanted something creative.
I can't hear you, Spike.
And then another good friend, Esther, she had some really nice
Okay.
connections. And now we're in a really nice place because they built an entire building just for us. Like we're 10, 11 people. Yeah. We're called Boomhead, the entire group. We had to have some kind of name. And they built a boom tower.
Here we go.
Boomhut is literally translated like tree house.
Coming outside.
So they built the boom tower, which is like a tree tower. And it's in between two trees, and then they were like, yeah, but Boomhuts, they gotta be in there. So we have an entire tower just for us, and we have like 3 floors.
12, 13, 14,
and
15,
yeah, the rent is really nice for what we're getting.
21, 22, 23, 24,
we're just in the middle of this process, just hasn't finished, so COVID
30,
hit, and then we couldn't work together, you know, we haven't seen each other for an entire year.
35.
And yeah, but
totally fine. Both signals and audio?
At some point,
you can
it
hear
got
my
finished.
audio, you just watching
it was a
me
bit delayed, like the building part. Oh,
okay, cool.
Oh, excuse me.
Great. I might just go inside quickly.
My ultimate setup has been
1 second. Oh, sorry.
Destroyed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Can
10.
you see the?
Still got me?
No.
You don't see the pen.
Still got me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's with a lot of
lovely
tape.
Coming back.
How's this? Yeah, this is all right. All right, it's looking nice. I think I'm gonna turn it off.
Oh yeah, already.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just gonna check if the potatoes are ready.
Mm-hmm.
And the kale. I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna throw it here. It looks really nice and green.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah, it seems fine.
Is it cooked?
Yeah. So then we can start on other things too. So yeah, now we have this entire tower, and it's very ecologically, like the tower itself is very interesting on its own. Like it's ecologically built with like recycled materials. Yeah, I don't even have to check that. That seems fine. Let's see.
Nice.
Yeah, quite delicious. I would say maybe to kill a bit longer, but that's fine. Okay, now we can turn that off. Yeah, right. Yeah, like I said, like boerenkool, super easy. Like one of the easiest dish I know. We can start on the gravy and stuff a bit. And the tempeh. Oh, first, we're gonna roast some nuts. So, yeah, we've been working in there for a short time. We're working on we just did the cosmetics, like we had to build a floor and paint the walls and stuff like that. And now we're doing the interior. Yeah, oh, the kitchen. We had to build the kitchen, and everywhere around us there's still like buildings being built. Let's put a bit more. Let's not be. Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you showed me some pictures, and it seems very green and super.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, like peaceful to work there.
Yeah, it is. Oh, the other great thing about this location is that it's together with a lot of other like creative-minded people, like doing handcrafts and such. Other illustrators or people that make like design necklaces or earrings, or like even a hairdresser. And yeah, we're actually building like a bit of a community. So there's like a garden which yeah, we keep together, and it's just really nice. I put this on high heat, by the way, just to make it roast. I'm not a professional roasting nuts, so then just do whatever feels right.
Yeah.
Should be a couple of minutes. I do this because if I do this after the nut tempeh, then it's gonna be hard to. There's like gonna be a bit sticky because of the.
Is it
because of the tempeh?
Pecan nuts or?
Yeah, so you can use any kind of nuts as substitute. I have pecan nuts. I think they fit really nicely, but you can use hazelnuts, walnuts, cashews. I don't know. Go crazy. Like brucal, you can make it your own dish, and no one, you know, this is mine, and you can throw in anything. If you want apple on top of your brucal, no one's gonna stop you. It's just gonna be like a really interesting brucal, I would say. All right. So yeah, we've been working there for some time, and it has been really cool because it allows us to like play test each other's games and look at each other's work. Yeah, give feedback. I'm just really happy after all this COVID, we have some place to go and like yeah, I don't know, work together again. We're really good friends, so I miss them a lot after an entire year.
Yeah, that was long.
Yeah.
And you told me that you were also working on some more personal projects.
Yeah, I am. So next to Simland, I might have an upcoming thing that involves a lot of watercolor and forest. And then I have a personal project that's working on and off. I think it's really hard to work on personal projects just by yourself without a deadline. And yeah, so I'm just taking my time. Simland is my main thing, but it's a game that's about a dandelion. And this is a game, I have two ideas that I want to produce at some point in my life. And this game is something that is really easy to program, as I'm usually the artist, and I find it really hard to program actually, and it's therefore very hard to do the like prototyping and testing stuff. So my big idea is more about space. It's very heavy physics. I made a prototype, but I dropped it because it was too, like, it was going to take me forever, and it doesn't generate any money, and it's just like me doing my stuff. And then the other thing is about a dandelion, which I thought of as an in-between project, something that helps me to learn how to program. And this dandelion goes through like his life and has like 4 stages. So it starts as a young plant, then it becomes like a flower, and then it becomes like a white flower, the dandelion with
the fluffy,
the head full of seeds.
Yeah.
Just turning these, and then like the dandelion without any seeds, right? Which is like going to be an old dandelion. And in this stage, the dandelion will come across like different insects, and I tend to like my games very, maybe a bit like colorful and cute. I don't know why, because it's not how I look at the world, but I like to incorporate that. And they usually have like a very emotionally, how do you call that, where you can really connect with whatever you're seeing.
Relatable too.
Yeah, something very relatable. So this dandelion has like a face and emotions, and in each stage of its life, it will encounter like an insect that's struggling with something. And an example is like this bee that feels the pressure of his hive and about performing and working hard for whatever he.
Poor bee.
Yeah.
Poor bee.
Yeah, poor bee. You know, it has a bit to do with things I struggle with, obviously. But I don't want that to be the main part. I want the game to be about playing and exploring and touching everything and just having a really nice experience. And it's going to be a bit narrative. You'll be able to talk with the insects. Or yeah, I'll have to test this, but I'm finally a bit settled on what kind of visuals they are, because
Yeah,
that's what I was struggling with. Weirdly enough.
You posted something recently on your Twitter, and I really did
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's super nice.
Thank you.
And I really
Yeah.
did the idea too.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I hope I can like make a proper like prototype at some point and show it to people. And then, yeah, I still have to adjust a lot of things. I'm not happy with what it looks like now. But I thought it would be cool if like the entire game is played in a frame. And yeah, that's now kind of what it looks like, but I have to change it a bit. But it's really easily like programmable so far. When I program, I do it very efficiently, and I've been reusing all the scripts I've written like a year ago.
Like, yeah, I did this one, I can't get rid of it, I must use it.
Yeah, and it's very like efficient, so
Careful.
Sorry. All right, I'm just gonna put on the tempeh now.
Nice.
Just a second. Put in some oil, a lot of oil. And in the meantime, we're also gonna make the gravy. So yeah. And then there's my other idea that I had before this dandelion idea, which is about a planet, because I really want to make games that have some kind of purpose and that teach something or that helps someone. I don't know why, but I have this drive that I want to be able to make a difference to something or someone. And I think I really love space and space exploration. And I wanted to make a game about the galaxy and how like a solar system comes to exist. Because people, like, usually people don't know anything about this. They don't even know like the names of the planets in our solar system. And I think just it's a bit weird, but almost. I'm really into exploration, but I want it to be in a playful way. Like, I want you to have a planet, and I want you to experience how it came to exist and the entire solar system. And then I want you to play with it. You know, it's gonna have emotions too, and you're just gonna shape it and make it look nice. Yeah, it's extremely ambitious because it needs like a gravity field, and it needs like I want it to be 3D, and usually I'm like a 2D person. But yeah, that's why I dropped it, obviously. So maybe later, when I have the skills, or when I find someone with the right skills.
Yeah, and you can work on some concepts and ideas.
Yeah, I would love that. But for now, yeah, I'm really happy working on Simulants. It's a bit high. I think it should be on low. As I said, it's gonna look very burnt, but it'll be all right. That's because of the soy sauce. And we're now gonna make the gravy, which is onion. I'm gonna cut some onion there. And it's just gonna be a roux, which is like butter mixed together, or some kind of like fat mixed together with some flour to make it thick. And onion for. Sorry? Yeah, don't. Yeah, I'm like almost staring into this onion, but I'm gonna try my best. Luckily, they're a bit old because I have these always in my storage. All right. And whilst that cook, we can stamp the boulekol. So we're gonna make this a bit. Yeah, we're gonna cut this. I have some vegan butter.
I can't see well. Is it garlic or onion?
It's onion.
Okay. I mean, I can't see well.
Yeah, it's just onion, and you can add anything to your gravy if you want. I'm just gonna put in some butter, like a lot, and turn the heat on, let it melt a bit, add some oil. Whoa. And let the onion cook a bit. Whoa, dropped some. That's all right. So I think the tempeh is coming along nicely. How about we stamp our stamp holes?
Yay.
And I mean like mash. In Dutch, stamping, or yeah, or stamp hole. The stamp in stamp is mash. I'm gonna have. It's gonna be really hot, so I'm just gonna. Just 1 second. Ooh, excuse me.
So can I just move a little?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to grab like something because of the heat. And we're gonna pour away our water. Just gonna like that. Maybe not all of it, but most of it.
Okay.
Like a lot. And then we'll add some milk to have a good moisture level, because we want it to be like really smooth, I would say. So tempeh. Camera's still right. Yeah.
Together.
Yeah, let's see. Ooh.
Wow.
So then it's time for the spices. I'm just gonna add some butter. Don't be shy. It's a lot of stamppot. It's gonna make it really smooth. People would say that you need like twice as much butter, probably. But I'm gonna be a bit shy here. Let's add some milk.
So are you using almond milk?
It's like soy milk.
Okay.
Yeah. I usually have oats. It's better. It's like more available. Well,
and more ecological, I think.
Yeah, more ecological. That's why. I'm gonna turn off the tempeh. All right, in the meantime, so now I'm gonna do a bit of multitasking. I'm gonna add some flour to the roux to make it a bit thick.
The roux?
Yeah, the roux.
I think it's a French thing, right? It's a
Yeah,
French
it is.
environment, yeah.
To make a ragu is the most famous one with a lot of roux, right?
Yeah.
Love me some ragu. All right.
The final
So,
one.
yeah, the final run. Let's stomp this stump hole. So you're just gonna have to press real hard.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of force.
It is.
There we go. I usually do a little shaker.
Wow.
Yeah, make sure you mash the potatoes quite well. Yeah, now it comes together. And if it is hard mashing, you use like some extra milk. So it's going well. I'm just gonna mix it a bit, like the lower side. That seems very mashed. All right.
Just so you know, if you have any question for Celine about the baruncool recipe, you can ask them on Discord.
Yeah, I love to talk about baruncool. Yes. Good idea. So it seems mashed. Seems all ready.
Yeah.
This is kind of what it looks like. I would say it's high on. So we're gonna add like some stock to the gravy. I use some mushroom stock, but usually you do vegetable stock. But this is my baruncool, so I do whatever I want.
That's true.
And it's quite delicious. So we're gonna add some water, make it a bit thick. And then we're gonna place it, Delphine. Let's see, let's clean it up a bit. So, can you see my plate? Yeah. So we add the baruncool in the middle.
Yes.
Here we go. Hey, we want a nice portion. I mean, we're not sure. Oh,
yeah.
That's a bit a lot. That's maybe a lot. Some more.
It's so yummy.
Ooh, that's a gigantic potato. This looks like a really nice ratio of kale. And then traditionally, I would say we have to play with it like I did as a child. So we make a hole for the gravy. See how the gravy is doing. We're gonna add some more water. So we let this cook a bit longer, but now we have to plate it. So I did a bit bad on the timing, and I did forget to add nutmeg, which is like a really nice ingredient to add to your baruncool. So don't forget to add it yourself. Yeah, some soy sauce for the color. That looks nice. Put it on high heat. So yeah, whilst we're waiting for the gravy to be done, let's plate it. Do you have any ideas on what kind of village we want?
I don't know. Maybe you could make some little towers with the tempeh, like they're living in
maybe.
like
Yeah, I'm the professional. Like that.
Like trioses.
Right. That looks nice. And you top it with mustard, pickles, or something very sour, which is pickles. So some of that. I like Dijon gravy. The gravy should be a bit thick. Maybe some more of these. Looks nice. And then, yeah, I would say, where's the spoon? There we go. Put a bit of gravy in the middle.
Yes, like a little lake.
Yeah, like a little, indeed. It is a little lake.
Oh. I can't wait to come to see you in the Netherlands and taste your burger.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna cook this for you. It's delicious.
Yes.
And sprinkle it on top or like some bushes on the side.
Oh wow.
Don't forget the pickles.
Important.
Some, yeah.
We lost
Maybe
your...
like trees. Nice. I would say that's a really proper buko dish.
Maybe we should
I would let you try.
show us the plate at your computer because we lost the other camera.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Maybe like that. This should be fine.
Yes.
Excuse me. This is what the buko looks like.
It's ready. So nice.
Delicious.
Thank you so much, Sunny.
Thank you, Delphine. It was really nice to do this together.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I hope you try it. Very healthy, very quick, very delicious.
And you can make your own recipe, right? So nice.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just adjust it to anything you like. I love my buko. I'm gonna give this to anyone at Boomhead right before we go bouldering.
Oh, nice.
There's a lot of it for just one person, so yeah, I would say maybe a bit more of that. And if you just run out, you can add some like baked onions, like the crispy onions on top. That works well for a vegan dish too. So yeah. Mayonnaise even if you're crazy. So yeah. Thank you everyone for watching. Watch the buko. And glad to be at May. Right, sorry. In the end, I thought I needed to fill some space, but
yeah, it was a little lagging in the end, but I think it's
sorry. Did you see the plate?
nice, relaxing chat. For a crowd-controlled critic, so if you're ready to jump on the chat, please do, because he'll need it to continue with his work. And if during the break, please have a look at our workshops. We've got a bunch of workshops available today and tomorrow. For instance, there's African robots and spacecraft. So adventures in wire art, they're using bits and pieces you'll find around your home with wire and pliers, put them together and make something really cool. So there's still places on those workshops, and there's still a few more workshops available as well. So take a look and see you in a short break.
are live. Okay, I've just been told that I am live, so I'm just going to waffle a little bit until I can see myself on screen. I've got my phone down next to me just in case. But how is everyone doing? I hope you're all having a fantastic time at Amaze. It's back. I can't believe it's been a whole year since last summer, since we were doing this last summer. I see myself on screen, so that is fantastic. But yeah, no, can't believe it's been a whole year since the last one. I hope you're all doing fantastically. I hope if it's lovely and hot and sunny that you are able to enjoy that hot sunshine, and if it's unpleasant sunshine, then I hope you're able to find somewhere cool. Right, we are here to make some art today. So we have basically what's going to go on here. You can see my hands there being picked up in a multitude of colors. Okay, I've got a camera looking down. I would point to it, but that would involve moving it. We've got a camera looking down at the art. CriticBot, a fantastic new artificial intelligence designed to judge whether things are art or not, is looking at this and detecting what colors are in it. Now, you can influence CriticBot in two ways. You can type in the words art is, followed by whatever art is, and that will define what I need to paint, and I get a minimum of 3 minutes in which to paint that. You can also type in colors and percentages, colors and numbers. So red, yellow, green, blue, and white. You type a combination of those colors together with some numbers, and you will create a demand. So what it wants you to do is it wants you to write in two colors. So red 50%, blue 20%, green 30% or something would be an example. And of course, art is, you could type in art is flamingos, art is my hands. What else are we getting through? My hands are art. So if you type in art is my hands, then that will add, and we've got CriticBot. No, sorry, Alistair, that's me. Alistair, hello everyone, I'm Alistair. Alistair has been added to the pot of things. So we have a prompt for the word that's been added to the bot, and the game will kick off as soon as someone types in a combination of colors and numbers. So the colors are red, yellow, green, blue, and white. I need 2 or more colors with some numbers next to them. So art is bananas has been added to it, so we'll see what CriticBot picks out for me to paint. I mean, I'm hoping if it's bananas, then yellow becomes a prominent color. If you want to mess me up, of course, you can choose colors that do not feature in there we go. So we've had 25% green, 75% purple. Unfortunately, purple is not recognized as a color by CriticBot. It doesn't know what purple is. So, but we're getting a lot of good prompts being added. So as soon as this starts, I think we're going to get some interesting things coming in. So that's red, yellow, green, blue, or white. I need you to pick 2 of those and 2 numbers. And that is going. There we go. And we are ready to rock. And I need to paint a melon in 95% red, 5% yellow. So I've got 3 minutes on the clock to do this right now. So let's just slather on some red paint and try and just cover up this whole canvas with red. Because I think we're going to try and draw a yellow melon on top of red canvas. And you can see the amount that it is considered art is changing as I add paint to the paper. So I might leave that yellow star that, no, okay, I've already started painting over it as I spoke there. Right, so we've got a nice red base. Let's see now. I want to make this, it's a melon. So I guess a melon's nice and easy because it's sort of just a kind of round shape, really, isn't it? So I wonder if I can get some shading with the right combination. Oh, I mean, look at how it comes up like a kind of silhouette like that. So I wonder if I lather on the paint, I can, because I don't want to mix it too much with the red, because then it'll get detected as red. But this is actually quite good. It's a melon. There, I mean, we're getting close there. We're getting close there. I want to get rid of some of that. I mean, I need to get rid of the word art there to make it. So let's just paint some red over the top there. There we go. Now you'll notice that as I apply more and more paint to this, it's going to get harder and harder to conceive of them. So it looks like I've got about a minute on the clock, at which point it will be time for you to say if you think this painting is finished and you want to move on to the next one. All you'll need to do is type in next into chat. But CriticBot is already considering this 91% art, so I feel like I'm doing quite well with this kind of abstract melon with the word time underneath it. I wonder what else I could add to it to make it a bit more. I don't know if maybe I have a wee bit too much red on there, but that is quite nice. This is quite cool. I actually really like this. It's going to be a shame to paint over this, but just clean off my brush on my desk. I need some more red paint. I mean, this is quite a nice start. This is an abstract of a melon, which I am rather proud of. Let's just, if I can make it a wee bit better. Okay, so the change in music represents the fact that time has elapsed. So if you type in the word next, we will move on to a new challenge. So just type in the word next, and we've had the word next has come in. So what is our next challenge? Let's take a photo of the artwork in 3, 2, 1. And there we go. That's my beautiful melon, just at 91% art. Okay, and we have in 99% white and 1% red, I need to represent the concept of back in town. I guess like the song, The Boys Are Back in Town, and Maze is back in town. Now, okay, here's the tricky bit. There are multiple ways to add white to this painting. Now, way number one is to get a nice good splodge of white all over this and see what this covers up. I'm going to use a bigger brush. Let's paint some white into this and see if it gets detected as white. It may do, it may not. That's working surprisingly well. So let's just get a bigger slather of white in there. And then I might need to use the red details to fill in the town. So here we go. This is quite beautiful already. I mean, I'm liking. So CriticBot's decided that's mostly white, but not entirely white. So let's start adding. But the gaps are a bit yellow rather than red. But I've only got like a minute and a half to fix this. All right, but let's build in. It's a town, so let's build in some buildings. So here's some buildings, some houses. There's a nice skyscraper over here. That's a weird shaped skyscraper. Let's extend this skyscraper up into that yellow part to cover it up and disguise the fact. There we go. And oh, that's like the gherkin. That is like the gherkin in London right there. So that's quite good. But do we need a bit more? We don't, I mean, it doesn't say we need more red, but we need less white. So maybe, sorry, we need more white and less yellow. So I'm going to maybe paint in some clouds here and hope that it turns what it thinks is yellow into white, but we as viewers can still distinguish it from the foreground. I've got about, I want to say 20 seconds left on this one. So let's, this might be making it worse. I feel like I'm kind of scooping the red up from the bottom like a kind of, like a Muller yogurt or something. So let's see how we're looking. Have I made that more yellow? I'm actually quite good with this. I mean, I'm honestly, this is quite a good start, but you can see the gaps where it thinks it's yellow. Now, the timer has run out. So if you type the word next now, thing will get, it will start the countdown to the next thing, but I need to draw who's back in town. Are the boys back in town? Is Amaze back in town? Just need to hear the word next from you. And otherwise, I am going to continue drawing who's back in town. We're all back in town. Amaze is back in town. So let's draw some amazing people. Yay! The amazing people are back in town. There we go. So, when you are ready to move on to the next prompt, and I think I've done a good job with this. Here's all the amazing people at Amaze. But I think I've done a very good job with this, so I am ready for you to type in the word next and prompt the game to continue. So, that's all. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue making these ghostly figures who are now back in the town. Kind of like Ghostbusters. All right, thank you, Chad. Thank you, Chad, from saving me from these magnificent ghosts and spawning the next painting, which will be, and there's 83% art for that picture back in town, and we have ended up with art is green 25%, purple 95%, and it needs to be in those colors. So we're continuing a lot of white, but we also want a green. So I wonder if we'd write the numerals for 25% and 75% in those colors and try to get it to keep this amount of white on here. So let's try it out. 25%. So that's nice. I like what it's doing to the colors there. The bot seems to think that some of the green is blue, which I'm happy to let it for the sake of the judging. Now, the yellow is going to have to go, but we also need the purple 75%. Now, this is an ancient magic spell I learnt long ago, which is that it's a strange combination of a red paint and a blue paint, which makes this brand new color called purple. Although, I'll be honest, as I'm mixing it, it's looking kind of mud brown. So you may have to use it. Oh, no. Okay, now it's mixing. That looks distinctly purple. Let's get a bit more. I'll show you what I'm making in here. Let's get a bit more red in there. Okay, so we've got a bit more red. I'm going to mix that up, make some purple. I don't know what color CriticBot's going to pick this up as, but I'll tell you what I do need to pick up is the speed. So let's get a 75% in there. It's going to be hard to paint it over the ghosts, but I'll see if I can do that. There's a 7. I always draw a line through my 7s. I don't know why. I think I kind of started, and I almost forgot which way around a 5 goes. There's our purple 75%. There we go, and it's just about in camera shot. So that's a lot of blue. We've got a bit more blue than we'd like. So I want to get rid of that yellow. So I'm going to get some of this paper and just stick it on the bit where the yellow seems to have emerged. I've got about 15 seconds left on this one. And then, of course, whatever grace time you offer me. So I'm just going to stick this here in vain hope that that gets rid of some of the yellow. Alright, so time is up for me. So now I am making art purely on your good grace alone. If you want to change the artwork, you can do that by typing the word next into chat. That will prompt Artbot to challenge me to paint a new thing. And I feel like this is quite an interesting... Oh, there's no red in it! There's no red in it! That 75% is being picked up as almost entirely blue. So I'm going to just put a little highlight on that 7. just to make it think it's a bit more red than it actually is. But that's quite a nice, neat effect that we got going on there. I quite like this. So, how am I doing? Okay, so we have a request for a new painting. Time is up on this one. So, green 25%, 75, purple 75% gets a score of 79% art. 79% art. Art is a melon again, but we got a melon in different colours now. So, art is another melon. It's another melon in different colours. I think there's a strong chance that I may have to paint multiple melons today. So, let's... what should I do? What should I do? Okay, so I need to keep some of that blue, but I need to make space for some green. Okay, let's just start nice and simple. I've got green. We've got... just pouring myself some green down here. All right, so I've got a big thing of green. Watermelons have a nice green shell. So let's paint a nice green shell on here. Okay, so now's the point where it does get seriously messy, which is good. Oh, that's a lot of blue. That's a lot of blue. I'm going to try and mix in some lighter green. But it's like, no, that's definitely blue. That is definitely blue. So I have to see if I can fix that. But let's get some white, for the red, sorry, for the insides of this watermelon. Now, I put my palette on top of the sensor. It's got those sensor strips down the side of what the bot uses to tell what colors are what. Oh my god, I'm halfway through this already. I gotta hurry up with this melon. Okay, so I need to replace some of that white. So here's the red. Come on, red. Please be detected as red. Okay, that's good. Let's give it some blue pips. It's just the purple gets detected as blue, so we're giving it some blue pips. So you can just about see the body of the melon. We need to get rid of that white. I've not got a lot of time to get rid of that white, so let's just lather on some green. Lather on the green and try desperately to turn it into something that it recognizes as green. It does not recognize it as green. Let's mix in some yellow and see if that helps it recognize it as green. Come on, paint. Please turn into green. There we go. So we've got a melon in mostly green, but I need to get rid of that background. I think that background... Alright, I've not got a lot of time, so I'm just going to make the background blue. And then I am going to just hope beyond hope that I can finish it within the time. Alright, where are we? Where are we? Okay, so time has just run out. If you want to hurry things up and move on to the next picture, then all you need to do is type in the word next. Meanwhile, I am putting a big healthy dollop of blue acrylic paint all over the white chunks of page in vain hope of replacing this white with a blue that will be more favorable to the art world, according to CriticBot. I wonder how long this is going to take to dry. How am I doing? Okay, that's a lot of blue. I'm not sure what to do about that, but some of it's being detected as green, so that's okay. So the word to type in if you want to move things on is next. If you want to type things in to next. Okay, so thank you, Mechbird. You typed in a new painting. I got to stand back so it has time to calibrate before it takes a photo. And score a whopping 82% art for that beautiful portrait of a melon. Honestly, what? Now it's taken a photograph. I like that. So, 10 fire trucks in 44% yellow, 33% blue, and 22% red. So, let's wash these brushes just ever so slightly. Don't want to knacker all of my paint supplies in one go. I need to draw fire trucks. So, the obvious bit is what the red's going to be used for. The yellow and the blue. Let's start with, let's have the fire trucks against a beautiful sunset. Fire trucks against a beautiful sunset, which is showing up as yellow. Not a lot of yellow. We need a big sunset. And let's get a clean brush and smush this around. The smushing, it's only making things worse. Okay, so we got a big yellow sky. There we go. That's, it's close enough. Right, and we need the blue sky against which the 10 fire trucks will be situated. So I don't know why I'm turning this blue, because it's already blue. There's bits of the blue that aren't recognized as blue by CriticBot, but I think that should be enough to be recognized as blue. So we've got about the right amount of blue there now. We do want some more. Okay, we need the red. I need to put in the fire trucks now. So the hard bit's going to be making these look like fire trucks. So let's make it a kind of rectangle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't have much space for fire trucks. I might have to make some of them fly. 5, 6. There's our first flying one. 7, 8, and 9. Okay, and now to make them rectangular so that they look at least a little bit like fire trucks. So there we go. I mean, I hope that picks up as red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm missing a fire truck. I've just been reading a book about Sesame Street. You'd think I'd be able to count to 10. But hey ho. Right, so the time has run out on this painting. So if you want to call time on this painting of 20 beautiful fire trucks, then you can do that by typing the word next. You can do that by typing the word next into the thing. I'm just going to stick my ears in. Okay, right. But what do I need to do to this painting? I need to make the beautiful sunset needs to be less green. So I'm just going to fill out these areas with some yellow. What else? Where else can I get rid of some green? Up there in the blue sky. We need a bit more blue. Alright, but time is up. Sweet Apple Pie Society has requested a new painting. So, on we move on. Our 10 fire trucks get an art score of 61% art. Honestly, I thought that was going to be way higher. But we have... Alright, so it has finally arrived. I have to paint bananas without using yellow. So, this is going to be interesting. I need an even split of green and blue, which is making me think of a fresh set, like a fresh bushel of green bananas. Let's have a fresh bushel of green bananas against a blue background. I mean, that's kind of Andy Warhol style blue background is what I've got in mind. I'm wondering if I could think of a nicer excuse for having bananas in the painting. So let's lather this stuff on. Let's remove a brush from watery quarantine and try and mix this blue into the background. Now, I was thinking I was going to put like bits of paper on top of this to make it easy to paint stuff on top of other stuff. I really like the goo that's been made. Like, I'll show you how thick this is. Like, that is just a scoop that I picked up off the thing. This is beautiful and gooey now. But I am getting distracted. Why am I getting distracted? I need to paint these bananas, green bananas, got a lot of blue. I need to paint some green bananas on here. So let's get some green onto the page, onto the canvas. I guess the next bit of the art installation is going to be seeing how long this takes to dry. If it ever dries. So, honestly, look at that. That is quite nice as abstract bananas. The camera is not picking it up though. So what I'm going to do, okay, here's some clever time. So I'm going to need to mix in some yellow to stop that being red as blue. But I have different shades of green, so I'm going to fill in with this lighter green now. I kind of very quickly got myself to a point where there is very little point in using the brushes. Just lather on the paint. Just stick the paint on top there. So now they're being detected as green bananas. But they're still, it's not 30%, 50% green. It is a tiny fraction of the green that it needs to be. So let's just add more bananas to this bunch of bananas. I think I might make another bunch so you can tell, because otherwise if I try to draw more bananas in there, you wouldn't notice that there were bananas there. However, we have just reached the 3-minute mark on this painting, which means, audience, you are now invited to summon the next painting if you so wish. If you so wish, you can type the word next into chat and summon a brand new painting. Let's try and lighten up some of these bananas so they get picked up as green. Are they getting picked up as yellow? I might need to mix that in now. So let's see. What do I need to do? God, that balance is still really blue. Come on, Alistair, you can do this. Let's make these delicious bananas green. All right, we've run out of time on that. I'm gonna have to step back so the camera can calibrate. But there we go. I'll be honest, I think I ruined those last 3 bananas, but that is life. There we go. 65% art for a beautiful painting of bananas. And now art is over in 50% blue and 50% red. So I've got to think about what to do with the word over. Over could be something going above you. Over could be, well, sorry, I thought of art is over. It's going over your head, so like an aeroplane. So let's paint someone with an aeroplane going over their head. So let's start with, we'll have a nice red aeroplane. I never thought I'd be holding a tube of paint like it's a pen. But this needs to be recognizably aeroplane shaped. So there we go. I'm just going to paint the abstract concept of over represented by an aeroplane. And we need someone, I want to show someone's head looking up at it, going, wow, that's going over my head. Will I get the detail on that? I have no idea. So I just draw their eyes up there. And go, there's a gaping mouth going, oh my god, it's going over my head. And some little stick figure arms. So, and that's, once again, is that the halfway point on the timer? The art has gone off the canvas now onto the table. Okay, so let's keep this going. We've got a little person with a kind of like stalk on their head, like a pumpkin. A little pumpkin person watching a plane going overhead. We need more blue in that sky. So let's get our fancy blue acrylic paint and let's try and erase these bananas. With the big dollops of blue acrylic and just try and mix that in hope that it will get interpreted as blue. Oh my god, this is like a thick soup. This has gone really gooey now. It's like, this is like painting, I mean, I could probably just scoop the green off here. There we go. But this is like a sea of green paint. So, is it reading as blue yet? No, the whole thing is reading as green. Beautiful. I also need to make sure that it doesn't go off so far as to affect the calibration. So I need to get this away from the calibration zone. Step away from the calibration zone, everybody. Let's hope that makes some form of difference. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I might need to... Alright, but the time is up. So this may be an art failure for the first time. As I try to adjust for whatever's going on here. Let's just check. Just checking the calibration. And in hope that that will be sufficient. It is not sufficient. Ah! Okay. What do I do? What do I do? I just got to play. I've got to play it where it lies. Play it where it lies. Let's try and fix the calibration area. And it's detecting something is green. It's... Oh wait, no. Well, that is green, isn't it? Everything is right until it goes wrong. Ah! Well, I've just got to live with it. In you go, blue paint. In you go. If you type in next, you will summon a new painting. I will be forced to live with this creation. Let's slather this paint all around. Let's get it up. Ah! Oh, God. Oh, this has all gone horribly wrong. It's not detecting the red as red anymore. So, what do I do? What do I do? Help. Oh, well. Time has saved me. Time has saved me. You know what? Sod it. I'm an artist. I can do what I want. Out comes the paper. Out comes the paper. 30% art. Art really is over. And I've been challenged to draw myself in 75% red and 25% white. And in aid of that, I am covering... There we go. So... There we go. We got large chunks of this are now... I mean, I'm not going to totally cover it up. But there we go. We've got some... Right. So, I need to draw myself in red. Alistair in red is painting with me. Brush to brush. Okay, so let's just slather... Let's get some red on there. And I need to draw myself. So what do I look like? I look up at this and then I go, and I look like, okay, so here's my t-shirt. I mean, I'm just watching this. The calibration seems to be back again. So that's good. Give myself some noodly arms. Well, it's a face that you really want to see, isn't it? Let's get the face up. Okay, so... We'll start... See, usually, I don't know why I've started with my hair. Usually I start with my eyebrows. I consider myself to have quite large eyebrows, even though I don't think they're actually that large. But I'll draw myself a nice big pair of eyebrows. I think I've got quite deep set eyes, which is hard to depict with just red. So I may need to make myself a darker red. Now I've got the kind of lump on my nose, and I'm not drawing myself in profile. So that's what happens. So I'll make myself kind of semi-profile. And I don't have space for my smile. This is a very abstract picture of me now, isn't it? This is, Christ, what do I do? How do I draw myself? Okay, you got me from the front, and now you get to see me from the profile as well. We'll do... It's not just one Alistair, it's two Alistairs. And you get to see me from the Step away from the goo! Step away from the goo! So there's my nose. And I give myself a big eyebrow. Try to get away from the thing. Okay, so... There's like 10 seconds left on this painting of Alistair, and it's, oh god, it's not happening, is it? This is a real struggle, this one. Who'd have thought this would get harder as time goes on? So there we go. I don't know if this reads as a human figure at all, but there's a face. Okay. Oh, yep, that's time up. So if you want to see me persist with this picture of myself, this very unusual self-portrait, then you can just do absolutely nothing. However, if you've decided that time is up for this beautiful figure known as Alistair, then there we go. Try and put some white in there in order to fill up those gaps. Oh god, I have literally no idea where I'm going with this painting of me. Oh god, this is a painting of struggle, this one. This is a... I've got half a mind to just, like, go over the whole thing. But no, I've got to figure it out. Let's use this purple and hope that the purple is red. It, like, gets red as red. And if it doesn't, then I can add some red to it. But just add a bit of shading. And, like, add some definition to my big eyebrows. And my two little dots for eyes. My lumpy bumpy nose. And my smile, my winning smile. What does my smile look front? I mean, it's smile shaped, really, isn't it? I guess do I have big cheeks? I've got big cheeks and a kind of a round face, I think. I have no idea how to describe my own face. I've got little, delicate little lips. And what else do I have? And my hair is a kind of, it goes kind of down at the front. It's in wisps that go down at the front. And then kind of, I mean, usually I like to have it go up, but it's not kind of going up at the moment. So there's me, now slightly more blue. All right, time is up on that painting of Alistair. And what is the next thing? How many points? Place your bets. How many am I going to get? 47% art for that. I feel like this is saying, oh yeah, Alistair, he was a really good artist when he was new, but he just kind of, he totally sold out, man. Like, you know, he was a promising young artist getting scores of 80%, 90%, and now he can barely get 50%. So we want mostly landscape bowls of fruit in 60% white and 40% red. So a landscape made of bowls of fruit. The thing that's hard to figure out here is how I'm going to describe like a landscape made of fruit, but I think I can do paper clouds is a good landscape thing. So let's just stick on some paper clouds. Keep away from the calibration zone, Alistair. Pretend to have learned something in the past half hour. Right. So, there we go. Clouds makes a landscape. Now, we want some bowls. So, can I make the bowls white and the fruit red? Let's try and do that. So, let's create... So, bowls are a nice, simple D shape. Oh, that sprayed a little bit further than I thought it would. So here we go. So let's get some white on here. Halfway through the allotted time. I can see, I mean, do artists... Is part of being an artist, like, you know, as you get more famous, as you get more renowned, you get more and more offers to do things, so... And then your work suffers because you know, because you can't work under that kind of pressure. Is that really what's going on here? Is this a metaphor for life? Let's get some fruit into these bowls. You can imagine what fruit these are. I think I'm going to go for red oranges. I am kind of treating this is poster paint. I'm kind of treating it like cake icing. But it seems to be the easiest way to do it, where you can just treat the paint like it's a pen. So we've got some fruit. We've got clouds in the sky, if you can believe it. If you can believe it, these are fluffy clouds in the sky. Okay, sorry, I thought of a better thing. I don't have cotton balls, I do have cotton pads. I've got tissue. Right, so that's a time up, but let's get some tissue in here for the clouds. There we go. It's not a landscape without clouds. Let's get some tissue in here to make some nice fluffy puffy clouds. There we go. We've got some landscape bowls of fruit starting to form. It's kind of beautiful. Now, we've got a lot of green, which we're probably going to want to replace with white. I'm not sure how to do that. Oh, God. What do I do to get rid of that green? That's a challenge. I can see, oh God, this is thinking, I mean, if you want to put me out of my misery, type in next. Make a point of not typing that word in if you want to see me continue this figuring out though, because, I'll be honest, I'm quite enjoying this, but I'm basically just looking for patches of green and going, what can I fill up with white? But I like the fact that you can tell the difference between the white of the tissues, the white of the where's that? Is that there? Okay. The white of the tissues, the white of the paint, the white of basically everything else that's white is kind of. Is that? But yeah, see, you've got white there, you've got white there, you've got white there, but it shows up in different textures. I mean, the score on the red's not very good, but I kind of like the effect. I mean, obviously, I can't just think aesthetically. I have to think in terms of what does the algorithm want to see. This is how art works these days, you know? It's all about making something that the algorithm's going to want. So if I put some more fruit down below these bowls of fruit and fill up the red space with just more fruit in the foreground. F is for fruit and F is for foreground. That could be a good way to do it, because then we're getting there. We are getting there with this fruit bowl. This is beautiful. I'm quite enjoying this. So we've got some bowls of fruit. We have the right amount of red and a little, just not enough, well, not enough red. We've got the right amount of white, and we want to get rid of some of that green and blue. So there's some green there. So let's abstractly add a piece of fruit there. And where else can I add fruit? I can add some more fruit up here. And where is that? That is, I think, up there. Let's find out. Got some sky fruit. So that's the right location, and there it's basically these bits that are covered up by a piece of paper are considered green. Oh, it's beautiful how close this is. 88%. Is this my great comeback? Is this the Alistair Aitchison comeback tour? They said he was finished as an artist, His self-portrait was atrocious. Turned away by the art world, who deemed him a sellout. And now he's back with an incredible comeback show. This is taking shape. I mean, it's weird, but we've got a lot of fruit here, which I've tried to keep roughly circular. It is hard to see how this improves. So, alright, time! Okay, we have called time on this painting. How does it do? How does it do? Come on, come on! I think that's going to be 89%. 89% art for this mostly landscape bowls of fruit. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, this is good. We are art. The friends we left behind. Oh, wow, this does make me blue. The friends we left behind. Oh, let's... Okay. Well, I've got a matter of seconds to take stock here. What do the friends we left behind look like? Well, obviously, the friends we left behind are blue. I mean, they're blue because we left them behind. You know, they're sad now. Right. Oh, God. I like the suggestion of art is 100% white. You'll need to put in, like, one other color, but it'll accept, like, 100% white, like, you know, 99% white, 1% blue or something. It will accept that. So let's make some friends. I want to cover up all this white with little blue friends. Friends are stick figures and they're cheering for us. Yay! Or they're going, help! Help! Don't leave me behind! Please don't leave me behind! I thought you were my friend! And you're like, you are my friend! This is just something I have to do! So there we go. There's the friends as we are leaving them behind. Come on, friendos. Let's... There we go. And there's a hand on that friend going, help, help. Please don't leave us behind. Please don't leave us behind with all of these oranges. We're allergic to oranges. And you're like, that's why I have to leave. I'm addicted to oranges. My proximity to these oranges fuels my most destructive impulses. So, how are we looking on score now? I'll be honest, I quite like how this looks when it's all abstracted down. The people have big kind of like crab claws. We need more red in this picture. So I wonder if I can just mix in the oranges into the bowls and that will get picked up as red. Let's find out. I smushed these friends. Is that getting picked up as red? That's vaguely getting picked up as red. Okay, so the 3 minutes of grace time on that picture. Okay. What am I getting for the friends we left a long way? It looks like my artistic comeback was short-lived. 53% art. I mean, 53%. That is like, what, that's a tutu at university? You know, it's obviously, it's, you know, it's not exactly a 7 out of 10, but, right. A tiny cat and a big mouse in 99% white and 1% blue. Okay, and I am getting a feeling that the audience does not want me to, like, give up on the painting on top of the paint. But I am also liking the finding bits of paper. Like, the tissue paper is good. So I'm just going to get more tissues and sort of see, unless I've got something else white that would go good on here. I've got rice. I've got rice. Oh my god, even better. I've got flour. So, This is me not giving up on the messiness. Okay, I'm not going to deny this painting its messiness. But we have white, beautiful white flower. There we go. So it's winter. It's winter, there's a blizzard. I have no idea. Okay, we're roughly halfway through the time now. I can see the mess I'm making on my floor. It's beautiful. Alright, so we've got a lot of white. And we need to use... So I'm going to use blue to pick out... So we've got a tiny cat. I'm going to use blue to pick it out and then go over the top with white so you just get the edges. So here's a cat body. 2 little pointy ears. And little cat legs. And a cat tail. Very long cat tail. And we want a big mouse. So, can I draw a big mouse? So my big mouse has nice big ears. It's got a kind of snout on it. And I'm going to give it a kind of curvy tail at the back. And little mouse legs. So there we go. We've got a tiny cat and a big mouse depicted in blue as per the demand. We have a lot of things that aren't white now. So the question is, do I want to go over those with more flour? Or do I want to paint over them? It looks like time is about to run out on these. So if you want me to move on to something else, as you know, just type in next. Otherwise, I'm going to keep on painting this tiny cat and this big mouse who have blue outlines. Also to the Amaze staff, I don't know how I'm doing on time here. So if you could, I'm in the speaker chat on Slack. If you need to tell me to call time soon, message my hands are incredibly messy, so I'd like I do have a message here. Is a message to call time? No, that message was not to call time. Yeah, so if I need to wrap up, just let me know. Otherwise, I am going to continue this. We're looking good with this. I need to fill up some of these gaps. So I'm going to bring on the flower again, just to kind of... Where else is it? Where else is it? Thing. Art is flower. Art is flower. Art is the flower that binds us all together. Okay, so I am being told it is wrap-up time. So I am just going to finish adding the finishing touches to this painting and say a big thank you very much to you all for joining me. And here we have our... I mean, I've gone over all the blue. It now thinks the blue is green. But I feel like I've done quite a good job on that. So, right. So, to wrap up, what do I want to do? Firstly, I want someone to type in the word next, so we get a photo of this live on the stream. So if we can someone type in next, so that we get a final score for this last painting. And then I will go to say thank you very much to everyone. But thank you, well, briefly, while we wait for that, thank you very much to all of you who have attended, all of you who've taken part, all of you who've given suggestions. I've had an absolute blast doing this, and I really liked some of the fantastic curveball suggestions that you threw me. I do love a good curveball. What else can I say? Thank you very much to Amaze. Here it comes. Thank you, Sweet Apple Pie Society. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Our final picture of the day. 84% art. I'm really happy with it. I think you've been a fantastic muse to me. Thank you very much, Amaze, for hosting me. It was an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. Thank you to the behind-the-scenes team who are making this all come together. I really appreciate all the help that you've given me behind the scenes to get this going. And of course, to the many, many other people who are streaming. Like, I appreciate this is a ton of work to get so many people all around the world together. And so, like, you know, your work on this, allowing this to happen, making this happen has been absolutely fantastic, outstanding. I think that is it for the end of the stream. So I am going to head off now. I wish you all a fantastic day. Enjoy the rest of the thing, and I send my love to you all. Here it is, my love to you all. A nice, lovely, warm heart for you. All right. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Have yourselves a fantastic day. Bye, everyone.
Hello, welcome to Cooking and Game Talk. This is Fan and I. We're going to talk about our development of the next recipe. And my name is Fan, and I'm a game/UX designer. Artists usually do 3D works, and my Twitter handles and emails are on the slides. Feel free to email me if you have any question after this talk.
1 and live.
Hi, and this is a talk about cooking and game. We are going to talk about our development of mayonnaise recipe. My name is Fan, and
Hey Torsten, how you doing?
Good, very good. It was a great day, huh?
It was a great day.
The program was amazing. So much fun. Your moderation was incredible. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So this is going to be your last moderation
My last
for the
day,
festival?
Yes.
Next year you're going to do it again.
We'll
Yeah?
see what happens.
Cool.
All of these great tattoo entries though, they're in this beautiful vintage Amaze bag.
This is from 2012. Original.
It's the real
Best
deal.
cotton.
Beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Nice print. I printed it myself back in the days.
With these like really real tears in the bag. Like
Yes.
this is the sign that
Yes.
we love this bag.
Yes. So we started tattoo lottery now.
Yeah, tattoo lottery it is. And we
So how many entries we had?
I
I think we had 11 entries. Thank you very much for all the people who made some drawings. Fantastic, really nice drawings. I printed them all out. I folded them. So I folded them here into this kind of little
Anonymous.
packs. I don't know what is in there. I also do like that, you know. But now, part of the game is this wonderful pink dice. So I'm gonna roll the dice, and the number, what shows on the dice, will be the number of how many tattoos I'm gonna get patched on my skin. New tattoos, man! Oh my God! I have to find places. So okay, let's do it.
Where are you gonna roll?
Are you ready? Do you want to roll it? No,
Where
I.
are you gonna roll to?
Should I roll it here?
Okay.
Okay.
On the floor.
Okay.
We're doing it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's not have just a one.
What's your lucky number?
7.
7.
7. 7 is my lucky number. Let's see.
It's a 69.
Oh! 5 new tattoos, man! So okay, let's do this.
Okay, draw,
Let's do
draw
this.
baby.
Okay, who is number 1? Oh, look at this beautiful flamingo! Thank you so much. I have to find out from whom this is, but
Yeah, I take them. I
okay,
take the
cool.
ones which are
The second one. The first tattoo I'm gonna stitch immediately. The other ones during the festival. I don't want to have so much pain one day. 5 tattoos in one day. It's too.
It's a big one.
Oh my God! Look at this one! So many flamingos. Are there just flamingos in there? This one is from Surrider.
Nice.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Is it true? Another flamingo? So how many can I draw? 5.
You've got 3 flamingos. 3 out of 3 are flamingos.
Let's do it. I'm not looking inside.
You've already got some flamingos on your body.
I have no.
You have?
Do I have
There's
one.
one in your
Right,
hand.
I have one. Oh, look at this sweet amaze flower. Yeah, my God. Okay, that's so one last draw, one last draw. Okay. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, look at this minimal tattoo. Just a few more fraggles. Beautiful. Thank you so much for being part of the tattoo lottery. So I'm now an exhibition space for other artists if you want. So no, it's cool. So let's just go to the tattoo shop, right? Which one should I tattoo first?
But it's up to you.
I don't know. I actually don't know. This one or that one?
Big one.
I think I'm gonna do this one. Yeah, this one. This one is the first one. Let's go here. Okay, this is a wonderful tattoo shop. Amore de Madre.
Hi.
Hello, hey.
Wie viel du hast nur ein
Melanie,
Tattoo?
right?
Yeah,
Melanie.
yeah.
No, I draw 5.
5?
5.
So nice.
And this is one of my tattoo artists. So she knows the deal. So I mean this
Ooh, I
one.
love the pixel one.
This one.
Oh, so much
This one.
crap. I love.
This one.
Trash.
And this one.
Awesome. Do you want it this size or?
Yeah. I was thinking like that, you know, like I have a little bit of a chest tattoo. Yeah, maybe. Let's think about it. I mean, this is going to be the first one.
Really?
Yes. but not a chest. It's not going to be a chest.
Okay, but you want it this size of what?
No, I mean we need to have it smaller, like
how small?
5 by 5 centimeters or something. Yeah. So this like this size. So yeah, cool.
Let me do something.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you very much. So the rest of the festival I'm gonna spend here in the tattoo shop. It will be a pleasure. It was nice meeting you. See you next year. Huh? What? Oh yeah. And because I'm going in here and we can't, it's not allowed to film. So now we're gonna have a 90-minute break, and then we start over with VR chat and with the music program. So stay tuned. Amaze Berlin 2021 will be back for you tonight with music and with VR chat, and tomorrow one more day of fantastic program by Zoraida. She made the drawing. Amazing person. Best program manager ever. Thank you so much. See you. I go in.